Chapter 1294. A joke? Of course not. Compared to killing the Saintess, he wanted the Rainbow Divine Stone more. Besides, the Saintess was still here, so there was no need to rush to kill her. When he got the Rainbow Divine Stone, these people would all die. Luo Tian's back was covered in cold sweat. He was really worried that Black Robe would choose to kill the Saintess. In that case, he really couldn't stop it. This feeling made him very angry. Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm. The difference in realms was too uncomfortable. If he had the ability to kill Black Robe, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. But he didn't. This feeling of powerlessness made Luo Tian extremely angry. He gritted his teeth. Black Robe Hierarch smiled faintly and said, "Kid, you said that you are the only person in the world who knows where the ancient king is. Now that you can't even go down to the first level, you should at least prove it, right? Otherwise, speaking of this," Black Robe Hierarch glanced at Lu Zhan in the distance and sneered, "I can spare the Saintess' life for now, but this fatty he wasn't joking." Moreover, from the look in his eyes, Luo Tian could also feel a strong killing intent. Lu Zhan held the Rainbow Divine Bow tightly and said, "Boss, don't worry about my life or death. At most, I'll die, and I'll be a hero again in 18 years. Damn it, old ghost. Other than threatening my boss, what else can you do? Kill me if you have the guts." Black Robe Hierarch didn't look at Lu Zhan at all. Instead, he stared at Luo Tian, and the killing intent in his eyes deepened. At this moment, Kylie and her paladins cleaned up and walked up. Seeing everything that happened just now, Kylie's heart was moved. She was very disdainful of Black Robe Hierarch's actions, but because of Black Robe Hierarch's identity, she had to listen to him. Many paladins also looked at Luo Tian. Like Kylie, they also despised Black Robe Hierarch's actions. So many monsters didn't make a move just now, but now he actually attacked his own people. Was he still human? Karen was well aware of Black Robe's methods and could not help but say, "If you know how to open the switch to the next floor, then tell me." Luo Tian naturally wouldn't risk his brother's life. He looked up at the mysterious runes above his head and said, "I just observed something. All the runes in the cave lead to one place. If I'm not wrong, as long as you put a specific item inside, the second floor will automatically open." He knew it from the very beginning. However, Luo Tian did not say it out loud. He originally wanted to use these demon beasts to exhaust Karen's paladin regiment, but later he changed his mind and wanted to recruit them. The hierarch glanced at the runes around him and asked, "What do you mean by a specific thing?" "Fatty, support her," Luo Tian called out, and then pretended to be in deep thought. He looked to the east, looked to the west, looked to the top of his head, and then looked at the runes on the ground. He pretended to be enigmatic and said, "I can only understand a small part of these runes. They are talking about the spring or something. If I'm not wrong, it should be this thing." Luo Tian walked to the center, where the groove was. In his hand was a fountain of blood that was still rolling. The hierarch's face was filled with shock as he said softly, "One of the Guardian clan's divine generals, the Nether Blood Spring." As expected, the hierarch looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "The prophecy of the gods is right. In this world, only you can bring me to the ancient king." Then the hierarch said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put it in." Luo Tian said, "With my strength alone, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to open it." The hierarch glanced at Karen and said, "Go help him. Look at his trash appearance. It's really disgusting." "Yes, sir." Karen walked to Luo Tian's side. The two of them stood side by side, with their backs facing the high priestess. Then Luo Tian pretended to be mysterious and called out something. "Quickly coax, quickly coax, quickly coax," like a law order, a bunch of words that no one understood. At the same time, Luo Tian, however, sent a sound transmission to Karen. Karen's brows furrowed. Luo Tian took the lead and said, "I know you don't believe me, but I still have to say that the Black Robe will kill me, and all of your Paladin Legion if he obtains the Rainbow Divine Stone. The fact that he didn't make a move just now shows that he doesn't care about your lives at all." Karen did not reply. However, her heart was not shaken by Luo Tian's words. She was the strongest Paladin captain in the tribunal, and her Paladin Legion was one of the strongest Paladin Legion in Eurasia. The Vatican valued them greatly, and it was impossible for them to destroy them. Luo Tian also knew that Karen would not betray him just because of a few words from him. If that was the case, then she would be too worthless. He then said, "Be careful." Then, Luo Tian's hands suddenly moved. Holding the nether blood spring tightly, he placed it into the groove. At the same time, Karen squatted down, looked at Luo Tian and whispered, "Can you really find the ancient king?" Luo Tian did not speak. The blood spring was placed into the groove and began to roll in the groove. Then, as if it was alive, the blood that overflowed began to flow out along the surrounding rune grooves. The speed was extremely fast, and even the top of the cave was flowing with blood. Luo Tian looked at Karen and smiled, but did not say anything. Instead, he turned to look at the black robe hierarch and said, "The entrance to the second floor is about to open, but if I'm not wrong, the Guardian General of the first floor should have appeared. No one here is his opponent. If you don't make a move, we will all die." This was the subconscious that was cultivated in the game. If the Forest of Death was the first level, then this was the second level. It was impossible for there to be no guardian boss. After saying that, Luo Tian sent a sound transmission to Karen again, saying, "Do you believe that the black robe will save you?" Karen was slightly stunned and said, "Lord Black Robe has his own thoughts. We have been loyal to the Vatican since we were born, not waiting for him to finish." The entire cave began to shake. The groove in the middle of the cave was also filled, and the two blood springs above and below began to resonate. A barrier appeared behind Luo Tian, and the space began to distort. A burst of strange laughter came out from the space. "I never thought that old ghost Yuming would be killed by someone. However, none of you will be able to leave this place with just you. All of you will die here. Roar!" A void rushed out from the space. Immediately after, an incomparably huge werewolf king with exploding muscles appeared, and in an instant it had transformed into a human form. Without a doubt, a demon beast at the Great Perfection stage. Its strength was comparable to an Emperor Realm ranker. It was incomparably terrifying. _brothers. I'll soon have 200,000 in my collection. 200,000 brothers. Support old cow. Chapter 1295. Clear the boss. A monster beast of the Perfection stage smoothly transformed into a human form. This was also the beast tamer that the black-robed hierarch had mentioned at the beginning. He was the one who had summoned all those ninth-order demonic beasts. There were also 2 werewolf demonic beasts that appeared with him. They were even more ferocious than the werewolves from before. They were even fully armed, and their bodies were emitting explosive power. The old man in human form first glanced at Luo Tian, then narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "I didn't expect you to actually kill that old ghost from the Nether Blood Spring. The Forest of Death has stood for tens of thousands of years, and his cultivation is almost at the perfection stage. But he actually died in your hands. It seems like you know his weakness. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill him." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the holy maiden not far away, and his eyes were filled with shock. He smiled and said, "Now I know how you guys killed the Nether Blood Spring. The power of the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet and the people of Phoenix Sky Mountain. I didn't expect to see the people of Phoenix Sky Mountain again after tens of thousands of years." His tone was very calm. Behind this calmness, there was a primitive and ferocious power. It made people tremble involuntarily. Lu Zhan said solemnly, "Boss, he's so strong." Kai Lin, on the other hand, shouted, "Defend." "Huh, Many paladins quickly moved and formed a defensive formation. They also protected Luo Tian and the other two in the formation. Luo Tian looked at the black-robed hierarch and said, "If you don't make a move, we will all die here. If you want to enter the next level, you must kill him. Otherwise, don't even think about finding the Ancient King, and don't even think about obtaining the Rainbow Divine Stone." A monster beast of the perfection stage was comparable to an Emperor Realm expert. Even if Luo Tian and the others worked together, they wouldn't be a match for it. The black-robed hierarch smiled coldly and said, "Aren't you guys still alive? He hasn't made a move yet, so why are you so anxious?" Luo Tian frowned, anger rising in his heart. The black-robed hierarch stood still and stared at the human-shaped beast. He smiled and said, "A beast tamer of the Guardian clan. You can summon all the beasts in the Panga mountain range to fight for you. You are indeed powerful. But in front of me, Black Moon, you'd better get lost." "How dare you?" The humanoid beast roared, and a scepter appeared in his hand. He pointed the scepter at Black Moon and shouted, "Tear him apart!" The two werewolves rose from the ground and pounced forward. Boom! Boom! Two explosions sounded in the air. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Thunder Beast, come out!" Walala, a beast made of lightning, exploded on the two werewolves. Just like before, it only dealt -1 damage. It was fine as long as it wasn't a miss. Black Moon's eyes shook. The black shadow was like a ghost as it stirred up a violent hurricane. With a move of its palm, a dazzling force condensed in its palm. Light sword, slash! Shwa! Shwa! He casually slashed twice. The two werewolves fell to the ground, their bodies cut into two halves. Luo Tian was extremely shocked in his heart. The light sword from a science fiction world, F***. How powerful is this? Actually, this wasn't some science fiction time sword. Instead, it was a power condensed from the power of light. It was also known as the Sword of Light. It possessed an unparalleled power and was extremely powerful. Karen frowned, her right hand holding onto the sword tightly, her eyes staring at the light sword in Black Moon's hand without blinking. A trace of envy flashed across her eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. However, Luo Tian still noticed it. Who in the entire Vatican didn't want to obtain this Sword of Light? She was the same. The paladins beside her were the same, but they weren't as eager as Karen. Karen said in a low voice, "The Sword of Light contains the power of light. It can cut through any kind of demon beast, especially demon beasts like the werewolves with dark attributes. It is like cutting vegetables." The awakened holy maiden said weakly, "Not only that, his cultivation is also an extremely terrifying existence. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to unleash the power of the Sword of Light to such an extreme." Rumble, rumble, two werewolves fell. A notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Werewolf for obtaining 100,000 experience points, 100,000 essence chi points. Ding! At this moment, he was no longer excited by the system's notification. His eyes were the same as Karen's, staring at the light sword in Black Moon's hand. The desire in his eyes was even stronger, as if he couldn't wait to explode. The beast tamer's eyes moved slightly as he said, "I didn't expect you to bring it here." Black Moon took a step forward and laughed. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" The beast tamer laughed out loud and said, "Afraid? Our guardian clan has never known what fear is. If we were afraid, we wouldn't have been guarding this place for so many years. If you want to find the Ancient King, you have to pass through me." While they were talking, the scepter in his hand suddenly shook. It heavily struck the ground. The sound of metal clashing could be heard in the cave. Then he suddenly shouted, 10,000 tongue binding bind." The runes in the entire cave began to twist, forming thorny vines that directly rose from beneath their feet. They turned into giant vines that were several meters tall and continued to shrink. The two holy knights' bodies were directly pierced through by the rune's thorny vines. Before they could react, they were directly brought into the air by these giant vines. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Fatty, take good care of the holy maiden!" Lu Zhan continuously shot out several ice arrows, protecting the holy maiden with all his might, and shouted, "Understood!" The holy maiden was currently incomparably weak. Any one of the giant vines could take her life. Then, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Black Robe, why aren't you making your move?" Kai Lin also said loudly, "Sir, the thorny vines around Black Moon's body could not get close at all, and were instantly repelled by the power of his body." He coldly glanced at Kai Lin and the others and sneered, "From the first day you stepped into the Inquisition, you knew that your lives belonged to the Vatican, and that you could sacrifice yourselves for the Vatican at any time. Now that the time has come, you can all die. I don't want to waste any energy on you. Kai Lin, I will let the Vatican remember your contributions." As he said that, Black Moon smiled at Luo Tian and said, "I just need to protect your life. As for these trash, if they die, then they die. There's nothing to pity about." Cold-blooded, incomparably cold-blooded, Kai Lin's heart sank. She didn't believe it, but she had no choice but to face reality. "You're right, he really won't save us." Thank you to Zuo de Commandment for your 10,000 book coins, Piao Hong for your support. The Old Cow can't do it, but tomorrow the Old Cow will especially add 2 chapters for you to express my gratitude. Chapter 1296. It was exactly as Luo Tian had guessed. Black Moon would not save them. It might be useful outside, but the paladin's performance after entering the Pangu cave had disappointed him too much. Moreover, the weakest monster in the Pangu cave was a monster of the 9th step, and they could only barely resist. Instead of bringing these burdens with them, it was better to let them die here. So, he had no intention of saving Karen at all. There was even a sneer of contempt on his face. In his eyes, Karen and the others were just a bunch of useless trash. Karen's heart ached like death. All these years, she had never been disloyal to the Vatican. It could be said that the mission given to her by the Vatican, whether it was murder or arson, she did not hesitate at all, nor did she doubt the Vatican in the slightest. Her Knight Order had caused too many massacres in the Eurasian continent, causing her Knight Order to be notorious. They lived in the dark, carrying out some shady missions. She had thought that as long as they assisted Black Moon in bringing back the Rainbow Divine Stone and made the Eurasian continent stronger, the people would change their attitude towards them. However, she did not expect that this mission would be their end. Many paladins looked at her. Luo Tian was also looking at her. "Captain, Captain, let's rebel." "Captain, Another paladin was rolled up by the thorny vines. His body was torn apart and dripping with blood. The scene was too horrible to look at. Luo Tian looked at Karen and said, "Hurry up and make a decision. We don't have time." Karen's eyes shook heavily and she shouted, "Rebel!" Listen to Luo Tian's commands. She could still do it herself, but she still had so many brothers who had gone through life and death with her. Most of them had joined the Paladin Order because of her, so she couldn't let them die here with her. If they didn't make a decision, they would all die here one by one. As soon as her voice faded, the other paladins all revealed excited expressions, and the depression in their hearts was completely released. For so many years, the Vatican had treated them like dogs, and now they were actually watching them die. Especially Black Moon's cold contempt for the surface. It made their hearts as cold as ice. They had repaid the Vatican's nurturing over the years. Then, Luo Tian smiled excitedly in his heart. This group of paladins had finally broken away from the Holy See. Now, all he had to do was slowly absorb them. Their current strength was indeed not strong enough, but Luo Tian was proficient in all kinds of knight's powers. He had several ways to increase the strength of this knight regiment by several levels. They could even have the power to resist an Emperor Realm Master, as long as he was given some time. Luo Tian put away his excited expression and looked at the runic thorny vines flying out around him. There was only one place where there were none. Behind the beast tamer, there was an empty space. Furthermore, the space in that empty space was slightly distorted, as though it was covered with a thin layer of heat waves. It was just like the teleportation circle in the game. Clearly, that was the entrance. The second entrance. It was also at this time. Luo Tian pointed into the distance and said, "Follow me closely." After that, Luo Tian's body suddenly transformed, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Thor, transform!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Luo Tian instantly transformed into Thor, holding onto Thor's hammer, his body carrying an endless amount of thunder and lightning. Facing the swaggering runic thorny vines around him, Luo Tian's hammer moved and fiercely chopped down, roaring out, "Thunder Beast, wreak havoc!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Thor heavily smashed into the ground. Thunder and lightning crazily scattered in all directions along the blood in the groove. Those thorny vines flew out from the blood. The powerful thunder and lightning erupted with bursts of intense light, emitting a dazzling light in the cave. The entire cave turned into a huge minefield. At this moment, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "God's fury!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power became even more rampant. Purple thunder method, explode for me. Another thunder and lightning technique was released, and on top of the Thunder Beast's foundation, the runic thorny vines were frozen in place, as though they were all sealed. Luo Tian shouted, "Charge!" Black Moon's brows turned sinister as he stared at Luo Tian and the others. He sneered and said, "You want to jump around in front of me? Who do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash in the Tai-Yen realm." He didn't know why Luo Tian was rushing forward, but there was one thing he was sure of. In this world, only Luo Tian knew how to enter the second floor, and only he could find the ancient king. He definitely could not let Luo Tian slip away. It was just that the moment his figure moved, the Beastmaster also disappeared. Black Moon and Luo Tian and the others. Without even thinking about it, he would choose to resist Black Moon, because Black Moon was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and his threat was even greater. With Luo Tian and the others' cultivation, even if they entered the second floor, they would not be able to escape death, let alone find the ancient king. So the moment Black Moon moved, he moved as well. Boom! The two forces collided. The entire space was trembling. Waves of Emperor Realm power shot out in all directions. Good chance. Quick, quick, quick. All of you rush in. This was also what Luo Tian had expected. If he was a Beastmaster, he would also choose to resist the Emperor Realm powerhouse Black Moon. Buzz! A paladin rushed in. His figure disappeared. Luo Tian shouted excitedly, "Quick, quick, quick!" Karen did not particularly trust Luo Tian, but now there was no other choice. The runic thorny vines began to twist uncontrollably, and if they delayed for a second, they might die. One after another, they rushed in. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Deafening explosions kept ringing in the cave. The two figures kept colliding and bouncing back. The constant collision of forces tore the entire cave apart. If it were not for the support of these runes, the cave would have been reduced to dust. Cloud Mist College. Huang Fuju moved his right hand and used the space-time ability. He stepped into the space-time crack, closed his eyes slightly, and then opened them again, saying, "Panga Mountain Range?" Two Emperor Realm Masters are fighting. What's going on? A battle between Emperor Realm powerhouses rarely appeared once in a few hundred years. Such a battle to the death was even rarer. Huang Fuju's expression secretly tightened. He suddenly thought of a person. Could it be that Luo Tian went to Panga Mountain Range to do that mission? Thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed. Then his hands directly pierced into the void, tearing the space in front of him. Finally, his whole body directly passed through the space-time crack, quickly rushing in the direction of Pangu Mountain Range. In the cave, Luo Tian looked at the black moon not far away, smiled coldly, and went in. 2 more chapters will be released tomorrow. I will add more chapters for brother Zuetianji. Chapter 1297. I've paid my respects. Luo Tian waved his hand at Black Moon, who was stopped by the Beastmaster, and revealed a smug smile on his face. Black Moon's anger soared to the sky. The divine sword of light in his hand emitted bursts of strong light. The sword aura raged out at the speed of light, cutting off all the rune thorns in the surroundings. The beast tamer was also forced to retreat, his face pale and bloodless. However, at this moment, the space between his brows moved, and all the thorny vines shot out once again. They all surged towards the entrance, forming a thorny gate. It landed on the ground and took root. Immediately after, a drop of blood essence condensed from the Beastmaster's body, with the blood as the guide. Close! Buzz! The blood essence sprinkled on the thorny gate, and the entrance was instantly sealed. The Beastmaster laughed out loud and said, "Black Moon, you won't be able to enter! Ha ha ha!" Black Moon descended from the sky and did not attack again. Instead, he said indifferently, "Do you think you're very smart? Do you think they're less of a threat than me? I forgot to tell you one thing. That brat just now was the one who appeared in God's prophecy. If there's anyone in this world who can find the ancient king, it would be him. You think you're smart, but in reality, you're as stupid as a pig." His words were filled with anger and ridicule. The Beastmaster's eyes moved slightly as he said in shock, "God's prophecy?" Black Moon said, "He is much stronger than you, and I imagined. Do you think there is someone in the Guardian clan who can stop him? You'd better open the thorny gate for me now." He wanted to go in. He really wanted it. But his ability was unable to break the seal on the thorny gate. The Beastmaster suddenly laughed and said, "I don't know if he is the one in God's prophecy, but my mission is to stop you. Black Moon, even if I can open this thorny gate, I won't let you in. Moreover, what I just placed was a death seal. Even I can't open it." He did not believe Black Moon's words at all. With Luo Tian's cultivation, they would not be able to pass the next level. This was absolute. "Idiot!" Black Moon cursed fiercely, then turned around and left. He walked straight out of the cave. He did not want to waste time in the cave, nor did he want to waste any of his energy. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he looked back and said coldly, "Do you think you have successfully escaped my control? Brat, you still have a trace of my aura on you. Everything about you is still under my control. Ha ha ha. Wait until you find the ancient king. Wait until you get Rainbow's body. No matter where you run to, I will find you. When that time comes, you can die obediently." Aura. As early as when Luo Tian released the Hulk transformation, he had left a trace of his aura on Luo Tian. This aura could find everything Luo Tian had done. Therefore, he was not worried at all. Instead, he was in a good mood. Since you are the one mentioned in the prophecy, you can get the Rainbow Divine Stone even without anyone's help. What I need to do is to be a qualified Oriole and wait for you to come out. Ha ha ha. Inside the cave, the second level, a long, dimly lit corridor. Are you hurt? Is anyone hurt? Luo Tian asked a few times after entering the second floor. Kai Lin shook her head and said, "We're all fine." Lu Zhan also said, "Boss, we're fine." Luo Tian counted the number of people. Other than the 3 paladins who had died just now, everyone else was still there, but they looked a little tired. The battle just now had consumed too much of their energy. "Rest here. Recover your strength and vitality," Luo Tian ordered. Then he walked to the Holy Maiden's side, took out a few high-grade pellets and said, "This pellet can help you recover faster." The Holy Maiden hesitated for half a second, but in the end, she still took the pellet from Luo Tian's hands and swallowed it. Sensing the vitality contained within the pellet, she raised her eyes and looked at Luo Tian, thinking to herself, I'm afraid that even an alchemy master would find it difficult to refine this kind of pellet, right? The refinement of the vitality has reached its peak. Following that, Luo Tian gave some more pellets to Kai Lin and told her to distribute them. Kai Lin did not refuse. They had almost used up all the gene recovery fluid they had brought, and at this time the pellets were like charcoal in snowy weather. Kai Lin said gratefully, "Thank you." Luo Tian smiled faintly. "What are your plans next?" The first step had been completed. Luo Tian's intentions might not be right. However, he only played the role of adding fuel to the fire. Even without him, Black Moon would not have saved them, and in the end, he would still have gotten rid of them. The first step was very successful. The second step could not be used the same method as the first step. Luo Tian had to be sincere. Kai Lin fell silent. The other paladins also fell silent. A few minutes later, Kai Lin's younger brother, Karen, who was the first person Luo Tian saved, suddenly said, "We can't go back to Eurasia. The Vatican will definitely hunt us down. Our reputation in Eurasia is notorious, and there's definitely no place for us. Why don't we make a living in the central region? Even if it doesn't work, we can still go to the glacier country. Anyway, I don't want to go back to the Vatican. I don't want to do those shady things for them. Karen is right. I don't want to go back either. I won't go back even if you beat me to death. Black Moon came with the purpose of getting rid of us this time, because we have affected the Vatican's reputation. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. Those leaders of the Vatican are all cold-blooded animals. I have seen through every good thing. Anyway, we don't have any relatives in Eurasia and have nothing to worry about. What's the point of going back? Most of them were orphans. They had been trained by the tribunal since they were young. They didn't have any relatives on the continent. Anyone who had close contact with them would mysteriously disappear. Although they didn't say it, they knew very well in their hearts that they knew too many shameful secrets of the Vatican. If such things were leaked out, it would definitely cause all kinds of dissatisfaction. Kai Lin didn't say anything. She also knew in her heart that they couldn't go back to the Vatican. However, the world was so big. Where could they go? It could be said that there was nowhere they could go. Luo Tian wasn't in a hurry. This kind of thing couldn't be rushed. He said softly, "What will happen if you guys get the Rainbow Divine Stone?" Lu Zhan and the Holy Maiden were shocked. They both looked at Luo Tian. Lu Zhan even said, "Boss." Kai Lin was also shocked. She looked at Luo Tian. She didn't know why Luo Tian suddenly said this. Luo Tian said, "I'm a person of God's prophecy. Then I should be able to get the Rainbow Divine Stone. If you guys can bring the Rainbow Divine Stone back and let the Vatican accept you again, or let the royal family accept you, I'm willing to," without waiting for him to finish. Kai Lin said, "Whether we have the Rainbow Divine Stone or not, the Vatican won't let us go. We still can't escape death when we go back." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Kai Lin, Golden Holy Knight Legion, Intimacy +10. Let's start with a chapter. Today is the college entrance examination. I wish all the candidates good results. Every year on the day of the college entrance examination, Old Nyo sighed with emotion. Back then, Old Nyo was 1 point away from getting into Tsinghua University. Tsinghua University's admission score was 691 points. I got 69 points. Sigh. It's really a sad thing. Chapter 1298. The system beeped. Intimacy level increased. This news made Luo Tian overjoyed. If he could get Kylie's Paladin Legion, he would even be willing to give up the Rainbow Divine Stone. Compared to the Rainbow Divine Stone, Luo Tian felt that Kylie would be more helpful to him because he had a huge plan in mind. He wanted to create an Invincible Paladin Legion in the Middle Region. If he had Kylie and the others, he might really be able to do it. Luo Tian said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about it after we get out." Kylie also stopped thinking and asked, "What do we do next? Can you really find the ancient king?" Luo Tian said, "I don't know." To be honest, he did not hide anything. He was not confident himself. In the Forest of Death, it was because of Fantasy Fairy's reminder and the Phoenix Tears blood bracelet that he could kill the Nether Blood Spring. In the cave, he did not really pass because the boss was still there. At most, they could only be considered to have forced their way in. Now, they were in a bottomless corridor. The corridor gradually led downwards. No one knew where it led or when they would faint. No one knew either. This was because they were the first humans to enter this place in tens of thousands of years. The only thing Luo Tian knew was that this place was very familiar. It felt like déjà vu because his consciousness had been brought here by the ancient king. The only thing he could rely on now was the memory in his mind. Kylie stopped talking and leaned against the wall to rest and recover. Luo Tian also rested. In his mind, he kept thinking about the last time the ancient king brought his consciousness here. This was the only thing he could do now. He had to bring these people out. He could not help but think to himself, "Master, where are you? Since I'm already here, you should at least show your face. Even if you don't show your face, you can send me a message or something. I can go and save you." If he could send a message to the mysterious heavenly continent, why couldn't he send a message here? Of course, Luo Tian had forgotten that the ancient king did not rely on himself to transmit his voice. Instead, he relied on Blind Lu's transformation into a demonic beast to transmit his voice to Luo Tian. Right now, Luo Tian could only rely on himself. 2 hours later, everyone recovered slightly, and the fatigue on their faces receded slightly. Luo Tian took out a large demonic beast leg from his spatial ring. It weighed at least 50 kilograms. Karen was stunned. She looked at Luo Tian, not knowing what he was going to do. The saintess, on the other hand, looked excited. She didn't have the image of a saintess at all as she ran forward and said, "Barbecue, barbecue! If we have barbecue now, we will recover even faster." Lu Zhan swallowed his saliva and poked his hand. "Boss, you're too thoughtful." This big demonic beast leg was cleaned and marinated by Luo Tian. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Only after eating and drinking can we have the strength to work." With a thought, the vitality began to burn automatically. Just now in the cave, he had killed dozens of werewolves and obtained millions of vitality. He was the only one here who didn't have to worry about exhausting his vitality. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The flames were like high-pressure guns, burning crazily. Under the high temperature, the barbecue immediately emitted a charred fragrance. The oil stains on the surface of the meat were like fairies. The crazy martial arts, the fragrance spread in all directions and quickly spread throughout the long corridor. Goo, 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 goo. Not only the saintess, but Karen's paladins all swallowed their saliva and slowly formed a circle in front of the barbecue. Their stomachs were growling, and a few bearded men were drooling as they swallowed the meat. Hungry. They were all hungry. Half an hour later, the barbecue was completed. Luo Tian took out a small knife and tore off the meat piece by piece and distributed it. Karen took a little bit of barbecue and swallowed a mouthful. She was stunned. The other paladins were the same. Suddenly, all eyes were on Luo Tian. "Oh my God, this is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten." "It's too delicious. My tears almost flowed out. It reminded me of my mother's barbecue." "How did you do it?" "It's even better than the chefs in the palace." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Karen, Paladin's Intimacy plus 10 points. The system sounded out again. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "If you like it, then eat more." The Holy Maiden and Lu Zhan were obviously veterans of the martial arts world. They didn't say anything and just ate crazily. After discovering this, Karen and her paladins were the same as they crazily ate. In the end, it was almost like stealing. If only there was some more wine, it would be perfect. After eating such delicious food, even if I were to die now, I would be satisfied. Ha ha ha. Brother, we'll follow you from now on. This barbecue is really too satisfying. My body was still a little tired just now, but now it's completely gone. Even if that beast tamer was in front of me, I could still beat him half to death, ha ha ha. Jack, will you die if you don't brag? I'll go crazy, ha 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 ha. As they ate, everyone laughed. The haze from before was swept away, and everyone displayed a new fighting spirit. Very excited, very hot-blooded, Luo Tian did not expect that a barbecue could have such an effect, and sighed in his heart, "It's not that I don't understand the world of foodies." 100 kilograms of barbecue meat was finished in a few minutes, especially the two women, the Holy Maiden and Karen, who ate as if they didn't care about their lives. They almost made a move for just a little bit of meat. When they squatted down to eat the barbecue, they forgot to be on guard. What was in this bottomless corridor? They didn't know either, when they only had a thigh bone left. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. It was a voice that made one's hair stand on end. "Can you guys give me that bone to eat?" "Gudon." The voice was very low and hoarse, and it was an old granny with a head full of white hair and a walking stick. The skin on her face was all wrinkled together, and her eyes were deeply sunken in. She looked like she could be scared to death. "What's that sound?" Lu Zhan was just about to save his thigh bone when he raised his eyes slightly. When he saw the old granny behind Luo Tian, his entire body was paralyzed on the ground, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. Boss, there's someone behind you." Luo Tian didn't care and said, "Fatty, if you want to chew on a big bone, then chew on it. Do you have to say, 'Who's behind me?'" Waves of cold air came from behind. It was as if someone was blowing on his back. Everyone also raised their heads and looked at the white-haired old granny. Their faces were all pale with fright, and at the same time they looked at Luo Tian and nodded. The Holy Maiden said, "There really is someone behind you. The second chapter has been delivered. There are 2 more chapters tonight. Chapter 1299. This chapter would like to thank Zhuo Shangji for his 10,000 book coins." "Thank you." "What the hell? What demons and ghosts?" Luo Tian never believed it. Then again, in this different world, even a ghost could kill him. When he saw the people around him hurriedly retreating with pale faces, Luo Tian couldn't help but mock. "Look at how scared you are. Even if it's a ghost, you don't have to be so scared, right?" Then Luo Tian turned his head slightly. At this moment, the old granny's body wasn't tall, only about the same height as the squatting Luo Tian. Moreover, the crutch in her hand carried a weak, yellowed lamp. The moment Luo Tian turned around, her face just happened to move forward. The two faces were less than 2 centimeters away from each other. White hair, wrinkled skin, so thin that even her eyes were deeply sunken, coupled with the weak light under her chin. The old granny's face was incomparably gloomy. Luo Tian's expression froze. "Gudon!" His Adam's apple rolled slightly, suddenly moved, and then the corner of his mouth drew back, revealing a smile that was even uglier than crying. He slightly raised his hand and waved, saying, "Hi." Then Luo Tian immediately turned around, almost rolling and crawling away. Just now, his heart almost stopped beating from fright. After escaping to a safe enough distance, Luo Tian's heart began to beat faster. On the surface, he pretended to be unafraid and said, "Old Granny," not waiting for him to finish. The old granny took a step forward. Because her clothes were dragging on the ground, her feet could not be seen. She moved as if she was floating. She walked to the thigh bone and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Can you give it to me to eat?" "Gudon." After saying that, there was another gulp. No matter how terrifying the evil spirits in hell were, they were not as terrifying as the scene in front of him. Coupled with the old granny's appearance and that hoarse and gloomy voice, It was simply terrifying. Ghosts were not scary. What they were most afraid of was people scaring others. Almost everyone was frightened by her appearance. At the same time, he nodded and said, You take it." The old lady's gaze fell on Luo Tian, as if she had found out that he was the one who had roasted it. Luo Tian also nodded and said, "Granny, this is only a bone. If you want to eat it, I can make you some barbecued meat." The granny picked up the barbecued meat on the ground. In less than a second, she swallowed the long thigh bone with a sound of "Kacha, kacha," as if she was chewing a sugar cane. Ha! He even burped as if he hadn't had enough. He also smiled and said, "Thank you." It didn't matter if he didn't smile, but this smile was even more horrifying. The wrinkles on his face were even tighter, just like the skin of a toad. It was unforgettable. As soon as he finished speaking, the old woman's figure instantly disappeared, as if she had never appeared. If it wasn't for the fact that his thigh bone was missing, everyone would have thought that it was an illusion. After a long time, everyone looked at each other. Everyone's back was drenched in cold sweat. "It's too scary. What the hell is she? This Pangu cave is filled with all kinds of strange things. What kind of clan is the legendary Guardian clan? The Nether Blood Spring in the Death Forest, the Imperial Beast Tamer who can control demon beasts, and now this scary old granny." Lu Zhan muttered. He was the first to discover the old granny. He was really scared to death. The holy maiden frowned. After pondering for a moment, she said to Luo Tian, "I'm afraid we can't pass through this corridor." Luo Tian and Kai Lin looked at her at the same time. Luo Tian asked, "Do you know something?" The holy maiden continued, "She should be a witch of the Guardian clan. I heard that she was the first person to climb the Tian Shan mountain, and also the first person to become a sorcerer in the ancient continent. No one knows her cultivation." Subsequently, the holy maiden added, "These are all my speculations based on her appearance. I'm not sure if it's true or not. If it is, then we definitely won't be able to pass. Her sorcery is an incomparably powerful existence. If it was really, as the holy maiden said, a monster that had cultivated for 100,000 years or even longer, then Luo Tian and the others definitely wouldn't be able to pass through." Kai Lin looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't think too much about it and said, "We have no way out. Black Moon definitely won't fight the Imperial Beast Tamer head-on. He must be hiding somewhere and waiting for us to come out. Then he will catch us all in one fell swoop. Why don't we risk it?" There was no way out. Not to mention, since they were already here, Luo Tian didn't want to give up. No matter how difficult or strong a mission was, it was still possible to complete it. It was just that you had to find some details in the mission that could change the overall situation. Kai Lin also said, "I agree." Lu Zhan was a little afraid, but he completely supported Luo Tian's words without thinking. He said, "I also agree. At worst, we'll die. In any case, we'll die if we go out, so why don't we risk it? Maybe we can get the Rainbow Divine Stone and kill Black Moon." "That's right. Black Moon is definitely waiting outside. If we go out like this, even if we say that we didn't get the Rainbow Divine Stone, he won't believe us and will still kill us. Rather than dying in his hands, it's better to take the risk." Karen also said. Luo Tian looked at the holy maiden. The holy maiden didn't think about it and said, "You just told the granny that you still have barbecue, right?" "Huh." Luo Tian said, Yes, there's still a little bit." The holy maiden immediately said, "If there's meat to eat, then let's go. Foodie, foodie." Who would have thought that the holy maiden of Phoenix Mountain was a foodie? Luo Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now that they were all in agreement and had finished recuperating, it was time for them to officially go all out. Luo Tian stood up and said in a heavy voice, "All right, let's give it a try. If a person lives for a lifetime, they will die with their eggs facing the sky. If they don't die, they will live for tens of thousands of years. Ha ha ha, I like to hear that. Boss, we have birds, but what about them?" "Little fatty, do you believe that I won't cut off your bird?" Lu Zhan's chrysanthemum tightened. His legs clamped together, and when he looked at the holy knights again, their faces were filled with fear. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot at Kai Lin's hands. Luo Tian led the 18 of them down the dim corridor. After walking for almost 6 hours, Yi Zichen finally came to a stop. Finally, they reached the bottom. He didn't know how many meters he had gone underground. It felt as if he was about to walk into hell, because when they reached the end of the last step, they stood in a place that looked like a room. They felt a sinister aura rising from beneath their feet, and everyone's hearts carried a trace of oppression. In the deepest part of the room stood an old granny. Behind the old granny was a hexagram array diagram. That should be the entrance to the next level. "Cough, cough. Young man, we meet again." The old granny took the lead and said. Step by step, she walked out of the darkness. Her body was trembling, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She was extremely old. Luo Tian cupped his hands together and said politely, "Old granny, can you open the entrance and let us in?" No, there was another chapter tonight. Chapter 1300. This chapter would like to thank Zuo Shangji for his 10,000 book coins. Thank you. His tone was resolute, without any room for negotiation. However, the old granny did not make a move. No demon beasts rushed out from the surroundings. If this was a game, then there must be a BUG. Luo Tian's mind spun quickly, and then he thought of the thigh bone and said, "Old granny, for the sake of that thigh bone, let us in." Then he also whispered to Kai Lin and the others, "Without my orders, no one is allowed to act rashly." If it was really as the Holy Maiden said, then even if they cultivated for another 8 or 10 years, it would be useless. They would not be a match for the old granny, the #1 sorcerer in the ancient continent. What kind of existence was this? It was possible that the heaven's chosen mountain she climbed wasn't high, or that his sorcerer's power wasn't strong, but she was an old monster who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. The reason why she was able to guard the second stage was enough to prove that her strength was stronger than the imperial beast tamer. The old granny's eyes moved slightly, as if she was deep in thought, or as if she had fallen asleep. After pausing for a moment, she gently raised her eyes and said, "All right, consider this old granny to make an exception for you. How about this? Let's compete in 3 rounds. As long as you can beat this old granny, I'll let you in." Huh. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment. Lu Zhan said, "Old granny, you are the #1 sorcerer. Even if we join forces, we are still not your match. How can we compete?" "That's right. There's no comparison at all." "What kind of exception is this?" Compared to the #1 sorcerer? Moreover, she was the one who set the questions. How could she win? It was simply impossible. However, Luo Tian had no choice. The old granny looked at Luo Tian, squinted her eyes and smiled, as if she was waiting for Luo Tian's reply. Luo Tian said, "Old granny, what do you think we should compete in?" Since there was no choice, he could only compete. The old granny pondered again, and then seemed to have thought of something exciting. "If you didn't remind me, I wouldn't have known that I was a sorcerer and possessed the power of the heavens. Then let's compete in summoning demon beasts from another world." She was as happy as a child. Furthermore, his expression was very sincere, as if he had really forgotten that he was a sorcerer. F***CK, aren't you making things difficult for me? None of us here are adepts. How can we summon a demon from another world? That's right. How can we compete like this? Catherine's paladins began to quarrel. Although they were in the Eurasian continent, they also knew what the chosen ones were and what sorcerers were. Only sorcerers could summon otherworldly demon beasts. Luo Tian also showed an awkward expression and said, "Granny, we don't have any sorcerers here. Can you change the competition?" Hearing that Luo Tian didn't have a sorcerer, the old granny was even happier. She waved her scepter and shouted, "Out! Buzz. Rumble. The space on her right began to distort, and a little white dog walked out of the void. It walked to the side of the granny and wagged its tail to please her. It looked very familiar, and it was very pitiful. The old granny moved her right hand and casually took out a bone and threw it over, saying, "Eat, eat, you must be hungry." That bone was the thigh bone from before. It was just that she had bitten it to pieces. They all thought that the old granny liked to eat bones, but they didn't expect that she just wanted to feed her little pet dog. After feeding it, the old granny smiled and said to Luo Tian, "It's your turn." Catherine took a step forward and said, "Is that okay? If it's not okay, why don't you let me summon my warhorse? This is also considered a summon, right? My warhorse is a 6th rank demonic beast, much stronger than his puppy." His voice wasn't loud, but no, it should be a dog that was unhappy. How could that rank 6 warhorse compare to him? He was naturally unhappy. In that instant, its body suddenly changed, turning into an extremely ferocious dog that was more than 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. There were mysterious runes on its body, and waves of light emitted from its feet. It was exceptionally valiant, and its 2 eyes stared fiercely at Catherine. Bearing its fangs, this F*** was even stronger than a rank 9 monster. The old granny gently stroked its fur and smiled. "This is my rune war dog. The runes you saw in Pangu Cave are all refined by it. It hates it the most when others say that it's weak. It's very unhappy." He originally thought that this was a lost puppy that was summoned by the old granny, but he didn't expect it to be a big guy. All of a sudden, Catherine's expression was ugly. Her knights were the same. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, there's still me." Catherine looked at Luo Tian and said, "Your cultivation is only at the Taiyan realm, and you don't have the power of Heaven's chosen one. Can you do it?" Luo Tian said, "Let's give it a try. I don't know if I have the confidence." Losing a match was equivalent to losing the qualifications. In other words, he couldn't lose any of the 3 matches. "Huff!" Luo Tian exhaled, and then his gaze darkened. His right hand moved towards the air, and he shouted, "Fire Kirin, come out!" The idea moved. He released the skill, summoned Divine Beast. The air moved. A Kirin with the aura of a divine beast stepped out from the dark void, its body exuding an incomparably ferocious aura of a divine beast. The little white dog was immediately frightened to the point that it turned into a puppy and jumped into the old granny's embrace, whimpering. Catherine's face was filled with shock. She looked at the fire Kirin, then looked at Luo Tian and thought to herself, "Who exactly is he? Could he be a sorcerer?" But even a sorcerer wouldn't be able to summon such a heaven-defying divine beast, right? The paladins behind her had the same expression as her. At this moment, ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Catherine. Golden Paladin's intimacy plus 10 inch. Intimacy increased again. This was because they admired Luo Tian. The old granny was also secretly shocked. Looking at the fire Kirin, she narrowed her eyes and said faintly, "I never thought that there would be someone in this world who is not a sorcerer who can summon a demon beast from another world. Although your demon beast looks strong, it might not be as strong as my little dog. However, I have lost this round." She could see the drawbacks of the fire Kirin at a glance. The title of number 1 sorcerer was not for nothing. Luo Tian cupped his hand slightly and said, "Thank you." The old granny continued, "The second stage is a competition of endurance. You can choose 1 person, and whoever can withstand 10 of my little dog's attacks will win. If you can't withstand it, you will lose. Special reminder, my little dog especially likes to eat people, especially you young people. Of course, you can also choose to admit defeat." Hee hee, the old granny laughed strangely. That puppy's strength definitely surpassed that of a stage 9 demon beast. Who could withstand 10 attacks from a stage 9 demon beast? Even Catherine, who is at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, would not be able to withstand it. At this time, Luo Tian took another step forward and said, I'll do it! If each stage could raise the intimacy by 10 points, and the intimacy reached 100 points, then they would be able to surrender. Then, no matter how difficult it was, Luo Tian would endure it. Everything is for you guys! The 4th chapter has been delivered. I really can't write anymore. My eyesight is getting worse and worse. Just as I was strolling around the mall, I saw a banner, Li Yuchen Pretentious, from afar. I wondered who had such a huge grudge with Li Yuchen? Taking a closer look, damn. It was Li Ningchuan Pretentious, 20% off. Chapter 1301. I'll do it. Luo Tian spoke again and took a step forward. This time, Kai Lin stopped him and said, My cultivation is stronger than yours. The cultivation method of the Eurasian continent is different from that of the other continents. We have been training our bodies since we were young, and we believe that the body is the source of all power. That's why our bodies are very strong. This is also the standard that paladins should have. The other paladins also said, Yeah, our bodies are very strong. Lord Luo Tian, let us do it. Let me do this. As you saw just now, the damage of a stage 9 monster can't kill us. They all knew that Luo Tian's cultivation was not enough to withstand the attacks of the stage 9 monster. Not to mention, that strange-looking puppy was a demon beast summoned by a sorcerer from another world. Just how strong was it? No one knew. The Holy Maiden couldn't help but say, If it's just based on physical strength, every paladin's body is stronger than yours. With your current cultivation, you won't be able to withstand 10 attacks. Kai Lin looked at the old granny and said, I'll do it. Let it attack me. The old granny narrowed her eyes, gently stroked the puppy in her arms, and said, Have you decided? Kai Lin said, I've decided. Luo Tian still took a step forward, turned to look at Kai Lin, and said, Believe me, I can take it. Then he sent a sound transmission to Kai Lin and said, If I can't take it, you guys should leave immediately. Don't force it. She's much stronger than you think. Kai Lin frowned. To be honest, she wasn't sure if she could take it or not, but she couldn't let Luo Tian carry everything by herself. Since she was young, other than her father who truly treated her well, there had never been anyone like Luo Tian who carried everything by himself. Even in the face of such a dangerous situation, he would protect her behind him. Her heart was secretly moved. Without waiting for Karen to speak, Luo Tian said, Granny, we've decided. Let me take 10 of his attacks. The granny was slightly surprised and said, Young man, your thigh bone is indeed delicious, but my little white won't buy it. With your current cultivation, you definitely won't be able to withstand 3 attacks from it. While speaking, the little white dog in her arms bared its fangs at Luo Tian, as if to demonstrate its power. I will eat you up. Luo Tian still had a faint smile on his face as he said, It's fine, just let me bear it. Granny, can you promise me that if I can't bear it and die, can you let them go? The granny smiled and said, It seems like you've already made up your mind to die. Don't worry. My duty is to guard the entrance of the corridor, not to kill. If you die, I will let them go. Luo Tian bowed slightly and said, Thank you. Then he glanced at Karen and the Holy Maiden and laughed. Don't worry, I'll be fine. They didn't understand why Luo Tian would do such a thing. However, every single one of them was incomparably moved, especially the Paladin Order. No one had ever done this to them. Roar! Little White suddenly transformed into a super powerful demon beast. The primal energy that burst out from its body was extremely oppressive. Luo Tian's body swayed slightly. The cultivation of the Super Yen Stage 9 was actually forced to the point of being unable to stand steadily. The fire Kirin beside him glared at him, releasing the divine might from its body without restraint. The little white dog immediately shrank back. Luo Tian bellowed, Fire Kirin, step down! Woo woo! Fire Kirin whimpered twice. He was also worried about Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at them again and said, All of you retreat a little further. Without my orders, No one is allowed to step forward. Do you understand? Then, Luo Tian took a step forward with difficulty. His body completely relaxed, without the slightest bit of defense. He gently exhaled. Phew! I'm ready, come. Give up defense? The old granny's expression was once again shocked. Her scepter moved slightly as she said, Little White, since he's ignoring you, then let him know how powerful you are. Roar! Little White's body sank, his hind legs kicked, and directly smashed his head out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A streak of power shot out like a wave of light. Luo Tian flew out. He crashed into the wall. Boom! 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 The incomparably hard wall cracked open, and his body caved in. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his chest felt like it was about to be torn apart. His internal organs were all rolling around, and the pain was so intense that Luo Tian almost fainted. Boss! Luo Tian! Lord Luo Tian! Everyone's eyes tensed up. They all took a step forward. Just at this time, Luo Tian said with difficulty, Don't come up, I'm fine. With a kacha sound, Luo Tian fell to the ground. He slowly propped himself up, looked at the little white dog in the distance with a look of contempt, and said, First move! Humph! The little white dog was infuriated. It actually blocked his attack without using essence defense, as if its dignity had been insulted. Its front claws dug into the ground, and without waiting for Luo Tian to stand firm, it rushed out with a so sound. This time, its speed was even faster, and it turned into a long afterimage behind him. Bam! Once again, Luo Tian was sent flying. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Buffed! Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He crawled up from the ground once again and said, Second move! Roar! The little white dog was completely enraged. Bam! 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 7 attacks in a row. Every time it was an all-out attack. Every time, Luo Tian's body would fly back and forth like an afterimage. Even the old granny could not bear to watch any longer. Catherine's eyes remained motionless as she clenched her fists. The Holy Maiden was also stunned by Luo Tian. Lu Zhan and the Paladin Legion were even more furious, wishing that they could tear the little white dog apart. It was very uncomfortable. However, Luo Tian still endured it. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty, spitting out a few mouthfuls of black blood. With a drop of all-purpose spring water in his hand, he could not resist it any longer. The intense pain from his body made him feel as if he was dead, and his entire body became numb from the pain. However, his body was also crazily absorbing and transforming. Just a little bit more. He would be able to reach the 5th level of the fleshly body. He was one step closer to using the Dragon God Forbidden technique. Luo Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, There's still one last move! Come on, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Use your strongest strength. This time, he wanted to raise the level of his fleshly body by another step. This was a rare opportunity to temper his fleshly body. Luo Tian would not let it go. Inside his body, Fantasy Fairy bit her tongue and tried her best to hold back her tears. Only she knew how intense the pain Luo Tian was enduring was, and only she knew how much pressure Luo Tian was enduring in order to become stronger. She was clear about everything. He also began to realize that this was a man. A new week. Please recommend a ticket. Request a monthly ticket. Request all the support. Chapter 1302. Luo Tian was very clear about what he was enduring. Haijia, Haijia Crown Prince, Heaven's Choice Mountain, Sorcerer, the antidote to the soul poison. All of this was like a mountain pressing down on his body. It was very uncomfortable. However, he had to bear it. A man should be more ruthless to himself. If he couldn't even do this, how could he go on? How could he face Li Shui, who had been in a coma because of him? How could he face his brothers and women in the profound sky continent? Luo Tian knew very well why he had entered the ancient continent. It was to find the antidote to the soul poison. As long as he completed the mission, he would be able to obtain points and participate in the selection. He would be able to go to the Abyss Academy and obtain the Shadow Oregon. He would be able to create a dark weapon that could increase the chance of instant killing. Then he would become the strongest student, obtain the quota to climb the Heaven's Choice Mountain, become a sorcerer, and refine the antidote to help the fantasy fairy cultivate a physical body. All of this, that was what he had to do. He had no choice but to risk his life. Cough, cough! Luo Tian coughed heavily a few times, coughing out blood, his body trembling slightly. He grinned and said to the little white dog, "There's still one last move, come on!" At this moment, the surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was looking at Luo Tian. Therefore, everyone's hearts tightened, as if they were listening to his heartbeat. The little white dog's gaze became even more ferocious. Every time he attacked, Luo Tian would stand up as if he was humiliating him. He would definitely not let Luo Tian stand up again with his last move. Immediately after, his body suddenly emitted a burst of white light. The power of the demon core? The old granny's face shook. She moved her scepter and suddenly shouted, "Xiao Bai, you can't!" It was just that the little white dog was incomparably furious. It did not listen to the old granny's words and released all the power in the demon core. It bared its sharp fangs, and its body was like lightning as it rushed out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His body instantly disappeared. It was so fast that even the holy maiden could not see it. "Be careful, Lord Luo Tian." "Boss, this speed, the power of the impact, has already surpassed the power of a peak 9th rank monster beast." Everyone's expression changed drastically. The little white dog was too fast and too powerful. Furthermore, a monster core was the crystallization of a monster beast's cultivation. It contained the monster beast's decades, centuries, or even thousands or tens of thousands of years of power. This kind of power was extremely terrifying when it erupted. Fantasy Fairy could not help but say, "Defend! Hurry up and defend!" Before Luo Tian could react, she immediately enveloped Luo Tian with her power. Luo Tian's thoughts moved. It directly blocked the power released by Fantasy Fairy. Without Luo Tian's permission, Fantasy Fairy's power could not instantly defend herself. Luo Tian's body sank. He clenched his fists and smiled. "I want to become stronger. Fantasy Fairy, let me become stronger." His eyes flickered. A white black dot rushed over. Luo Tian's body suddenly tensed up, releasing the power of a level 4 physique. His whole body's muscles were like iron, and the scene exploded. His face flushed red, and he desperately roared, "Ah, ah, ah," facing the strongest attack. This time, God Explosion was unleashed. His level 4 physical body was released. The Black Tortoise Bloodline Defense was also unleashed. At this moment, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. An incomparably powerful force surged up. The power of the otherworldly demonic beasts. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble at the moment of contact. The power exploded and power streaks shot out like fireworks in the air. The shock of the power surpassed everything. The granny's eyes widened in shock. "Good boy." Luo Tian did not move. The little white dog stopped 3 meters away from him, panting. Huff, huff! His body was extremely exhausted. There was no longer any trace of smugness in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by shock. In that instant, just now, his physical body soared, reaching level 5. What surprised Luo Tian was that the Black Tortoise bloodline, under the heavy blow, erupted with an incomparably powerful defense and also awakened in that instant. The second bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, the Black Tortoise bloodline, had awakened. Who? His entire body was in pain, but Luo Tian was also extremely grateful and excited. The increase in physical strength made him feel incomparably comfortable. looking at Luo Tian's excited expression. The little white dog looked at Luo Tian seriously, his eyes filled with respect. Just now, he had not been able to send Luo Tian flying with his full strength. He was indeed very strong. In an instant, he turned into a docile little white dog and jumped into the old granny's arms. Luo Tian smiled lightly, looked at the old granny, and said, "I won." "We won. Ha ha ha. Boss won." The collision of the strongest power and the strongest defense just now was simply too shocking. I've never seen such a strong physical body. It's even stronger than the monsters in our Vatican who have trained their bodies to the extreme. Lord Luo Tian, you're simply too handsome. Everyone was in an uproar. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Karen, Paladin Squad, for Intimacy +10. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Karen, Paladin Squad, for Intimacy +10. 6 notifications sounded out in a row. The intimacy level directly soared to 90%, just 10 points away from reaching 100%. At that time, Karen and her Paladin Squad would definitely be absorbed by him. As long as he could obtain this Paladin Squad, no matter how much he had to pay, it would be worth it. Everyone was so excited. His blood was boiling. Karen also revealed a rare smile. This was the first time she had smiled so happily in the past few years. The old granny also laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to have such an unimaginable power in your body. If I'm not wrong, it should be the black tortoise blood vein, the strongest defensive blood vein in the ancient continent." "Good boy," Luo Tian said. "Old granny, you saw through it with a single glance." There's still the 3rd stage. He had passed the first 2 stages, so there was only the last one left. As long as he passed, he would be able to enter the last level. The old granny smiled and said, "This 3rd stage is very simple." "Xiao Bai!" The little white dog raised its eyes and looked at the old granny with tears in its eyes. It kept rubbing against her embrace, as if it was reluctant to part with her. The old granny gently stroked its forehead and said, "Follow it, and your world will be even more exciting. Following this old granny for so many years has made you suffer." Following that, the old granny looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "The 3rd stage is to help me take good care of Xiao Bai. From today onwards, you are his master." Luo Tian was a little stunned. At this moment, the old granny suddenly walked to the center of the 6-pointed star array. With a shake of her scepter, the god's chosen one in her body soared into the sky. "Break for me!" Boom! I'm begging for a monthly ticket. Chapter 1303. The old granny's actions shocked everyone. Xiao Bai, who was at Luo Tian's feet, had tears in his eyes as he called out to the old granny in the hexagram. Luo Tian didn't know what the old granny would do, but he could already feel that the old granny might disappear forever. Immediately, he picked up Xiao Bai and stroked its forehead like the old granny, looking at the old granny in the hexagram. When the old granny saw Luo Tian's actions, she smiled faintly. Then, her robes fluttered and her hair flew up. Waves of strong light erupted from the hexagram. The power contained in the strong light was extremely terrifying, and in the end, the old granny's body was engulfed by the strong light. Next, rumble, 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 a few thunderous explosions rang out. The sky was filled with dust, and it was impossible to see what was happening on the hexagram. However, Luo Tian moved slightly and sensed that the old granny's aura was no longer there. Then, Xiao Bai, who was in his embrace, jumped out and ran into the dust. Wu-ao, wu-ao! Xiao Bai let out a cry. Luo Tian and the others also quickly caught up. The hexagram collapsed, and a hole appeared behind the hexagram, leading to the entrance to the last floor. "Where's the old granny? Where did she go? Why would she choose to do this?" Kai Lin's eyes flashed as she said faintly, "I didn't expect that the entrance would require her life to open. She used her own life to open the passage to the 2nd floor for us. The prophecy of the gods is indeed correct. You are the only one in this world who can find the ancient king." At this moment, Kai Lin and her paladin legion all looked at Luo Tian. Their gazes were filled with great respect, not only because of what Luo Tian had done just now, but also because he was the person in the prophecy. If not for the fact that Luo Tian's barbecue attracted the old granny's thigh bone, if not for Luo Tian using his life to resist moving the old granny and subduing the little white dog, it was very likely that they would die here. Even if they didn't die, they definitely wouldn't be able to make the old granny use her own life to open the entrance passage for them. One had to know that she was a member of the Guardian clan and definitely wouldn't let anyone enter the next level. All of this, it was all because of Luo Tian. Kai Lin knew very well that this man was worthy of respect. The Holy Maiden's gaze was the same. No one had expected the old lady's actions. Luo Tian carried Little White and said, "From today onwards, you are my brother. I will take care of you for the rest of your life. I, Luo Tian, will definitely do what I say. Granny, have a safe journey." Luo Tian was extremely grateful that he had exchanged his life for the entrance. "Take good care of Little White for me. You don't have to feel bad for me. I'm already at the end of my lifespan. Even if I don't die, I won't be able to live for long. Xiao Bai is my only concern. I've always been waiting for a fated person to enter this place. The heavens have allowed me to wait for you. Brat, I have high hopes for you. I believe that you will definitely be able to bring Little White to the peak. Little White's cultivation isn't strong. It only has the strength of a peak stage 9 monster, but his body is already at the demigod realm. For the past tens of thousands of years, he has been using the time and space cracks to cultivate his body. Even if he meets an Emperor realm ranker, he won't be afraid. Take good care of him." The old granny's voice suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's mind. His voice slowly became lower. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he thought to himself, "Don't worry, I will definitely treat him like my own brother." Immediately after, the old granny smiled gently and said, "Thank you." Then, the old granny's voice completely disappeared. Luo Tian frowned, gently patted Xiao Bai's forehead and said, "Xiao Bai, the old granny is gone. From today onwards, you are my brother." Woo woo! Xiao Bai naturally understood what Luo Tian was saying. He was a little sad about the old granny's departure, but he was the one who was most clear about the old granny's physical condition. Luo Tian said slightly, "Rest for a bit, prepare to enter the last level." Then, he sat down on the ground. His body relaxed, and he felt an indescribable discomfort. After enduring 10 attacks from Xiao Bai, his body had become stronger, and his black tortoise blood vein had also awakened. However, the intense pain in his body did not disappear, and he continuously used a few regeneration techniques on himself to slightly control his injuries. At the same time, he swallowed a few more pills. Once again, Luo Tian replayed his memories of Pangu's cave. The next floor should be where the ancient king was imprisoned. Luo Tian's heart tightened as he guessed that he would encounter the most powerful boss there. Just as Luo Tian was deep in thought with his eyes closed, Xiao Bai had already jumped to the Holy Maiden's side and was gently rubbing against her feet. Her cute look immediately melted the Holy Maiden's heart. She immediately picked him up. What a cute puppy. "Don't worry, if he dares to treat you badly, I will be the first to not let him off." The Holy Maiden gently stroked Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai's cuteness, coupled with her pitiful appearance, could instantly kill all the girls. She was truly a girl killer, comparing people to people. No, it should be comparing people to dogs. It was so infuriating. The key. This guy had a satisfied look on his face, and even revealed a look of disdain towards Luo Tian. The Holy Maiden did not notice Xiao Bai's expression at all. It was like an injured puppy, completely forgetting that it was a peak stage 9 monster. Its intelligence was not inferior to a human's, and it even had the body of a demigod. Other than Luo Tian, Fatty was the same. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. He had succeeded in less than a few minutes. The Saintess hadn't even looked at him seriously for half a month. Lu Zhan wished he could become that little white dog. He secretly cursed in his heart. Damn it, living like a dog. What kind of life is this? Half an hour later, Luo Tian stood up, looked at the dark entrance, and gently exhaled and said, I will go down and scout the way. You guys wait for my orders. No. Kai Lin did not wait for Luo Tian to finish speaking, and immediately interrupted. If you want to go, then go together. We can't let you take the risk alone. Yes. Captain is right. You have already endured enough. We can't always let you take the risk alone, even if you are the person in the prophecy. The Holy Maiden walked up and said, Since we have no way back, let's go together. I also want to see what kind of person this ancient king is, and I also want to know what kind of expert the Guardian clan is inside. Lu Zhan shouted, Boss, let's go in together. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, Then let's go in together. Master, I'm coming. Could he still ask for a monthly ticket? Chapter 1304. As expected. The prophecy of the gods was right. This kid really did enter the third floor. Outside the Panga cave. The black moon was hidden in an inconspicuous darkness. His idea had been lingering on the aura that he had left on Luo Tian's body. Although he could not see it, he could roughly guess what had happened from their conversation. The #1 sorcerer of the ancient times had used his body as a guide to blast open the entrance. This point, even if he, Black Moon, went in, he probably wouldn't be able to do it. Black Moon's expression was very shocked as he muttered, We'll be able to find the ancient king soon. The secret that has been sealed for tens of thousands of years will be unraveled. Ha ha ha. The rainbow divine stone, he's mine, he's definitely mine. He was almost like a crazy demon. At the entrance, Luo Tian looked at them, then stepped into the entrance and shouted, Everyone follow closely. Kaylin was the second to follow. The Holy Maiden carried Xiao by and was the third to enter, followed by Lu Zhan, followed by the Paladin regiment. Darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. Moreover, the darkness inside could not be seen clearly with their cultivation. It was endless darkness, as if they were in an abyss. Moreover, the entrance passage was much longer than he had imagined. Luo Tian supported himself against the wall and said to the people behind him, One by one, don't fall behind. Does anyone have any illumination items? Luo Tian said to the back of the group. Many of the Paladin regiment took out light gem, but this kind of gem was completely useless in the tunnel. It was used to illuminate, but it could not emit any light, as if anything that shone was swallowed by the surrounding darkness. What was in front? He couldn't see clearly at all. How far was it? He didn't know, but he still couldn't see clearly. This feeling made Luo Tian extremely unhappy. The idea moved and spread out. Buzz, buzz. The idea seemed to have been devoured in an instant, and he could not feel any aura. It was as if they had entered a dark, independent space. Luo Tian had a bad feeling and thought to himself, The last time the ancient king brought my idea here, there was no such dark passage. Phew! Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief and sent a telepathic message through his mind. Master, I'm here to save you. Master, I'm here to save you. Master! He said a few words in a row, but there was no reply. Kai Lin reminded him and said, Could we have gone the wrong way? The Saintess also said, This seems to be an independent space. Our telepathic senses are completely useless. Any illumination objects are useless. If this continues, I'm afraid something will happen. Indeed, darkness always made people afraid. The darkness here was even more special. Phew! Luo Tian took another deep breath and said, Everyone stop advancing. Count off. Isn't that an existence beyond the peak of the Emperor realm? Luo Tian's heart was like dead ashes, but when he took a closer look at Demon God Chiyu, A familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Moreover, the aura released from his body also felt inexplicably familiar. If that was the case, then no matter how strong he was no match for him. Kai Lin asked in a low voice, "What do we do?" The vermilion bird's flames in the air were getting weaker and weaker. She was also somewhat unable to withstand the black, demonic flames that constantly pounced on her. Half a minute later, the surroundings returned to the endless darkness from before. Enter or retreat? If he entered, he would definitely have to face Demon God Chiyu. Retreat, Luo Tian clenched his teeth and said to Kai Lin, "Take the others out first. Holy Maiden, you go out with them." "What about you?" the two asked at the same time. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said in a relaxed manner, "Did you forget what Black Moon said? I am the person in the divine prophecy. I will definitely find the ancient king and obtain the rainbow divine stone. Believe me, but you are alone." Kai Lin said worriedly. Luo Tian smiled. "You will only be a burden to me if you stay here. Just wait for my good news outside." Kai Lin said heavily, "Be careful." They believed in the prophecy. Although the Holy Maiden didn't quite believe it, she had no other choice. 10 minutes later, they retreated along the path they came from. Luo Tian stared into the darkness of the void and shouted, "Ancient monarch, come out!" Old Bull turned 720 degrees and knelt down to beg for votes. Chapter 1305. Chi Yu is the ancient king. Wasn't he the strongest person in the Guardian clan? Could it be that he had locked himself in such a place? Just as Luo Tian's voice fell. On the top of the mountain where the skulls were piled up, the black-armored man's entire body was emitting demonic flames. His 2 eyes seemed to have been asleep for tens of thousands of years. Then his eyes gently opened, and the corner of his mouth hooked up, revealing a faint smile. "You really did not disappoint me." Buzz. His voice was like a bolt of lightning exploding in the pitch-black space. Then, light shone in all directions, and the surrounding darkness instantly disappeared. The entire space became clear, and the illuminating items were actually the 2 eyes of the Chi-Yu beast. Luo Tian was only guessing. Through the aura emitted by the demon god Chi-Yu, as well as the premonition in his heart. That sentence just now was just a test. He didn't expect it to be as he had expected. The Chi-Yu beast was the ancient king. At this moment, a bad premonition arose in Luo Tian's heart. He couldn't describe this feeling, but it was a bad feeling. He didn't reveal any expression as he walked forward and lowered his posture. Disciple will naturally follow master's instructions. In order to save you, I spent a lot of effort and almost died several times. He still couldn't understand what the ancient king wanted. Why did he want to imprison him here? Was it because of the rainbow divine stone? Or was it something else? The secret that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years might be revealed soon. The ancient king's brows twitched and said, "Everything about you is under my watch. Before you see me, I will not let you die. Even if God wants to kill you, I will stop him." What he said didn't sound like a joke at all. From his voice, it was clear. Luo Tian could feel the power of the ancient king. He didn't even put the experts of the divine realm in his eyes. Could it be? Was he really like what the Holy Maiden said, passing through the heavenly tribulation, condensing divine deity, and possessing an indestructible lifespan? If that was the case, why was he here? Luo Tian faintly said, "Many thanks for Master's care. I was wondering why my life was so big. It turns out that I have Master's protection." "Master, I want to know why you are so strong. Why don't you go out? With your strength and cultivation, how can this mere Pan-Gu cave imprison you?" This was what Luo Tian wanted to know the most. The ancient king must be hiding some huge secret. The ancient monarch lifted his eyes and looked at Luo Tian. "Look above my head." Luo Tian followed his gaze and saw a fist-sized rock floating above his head. The rock looked like an ordinary piece of mud. It didn't release the slightest bit of aura. It made people feel as if it was just a piece of useless rock. But from the time Luo Tian and the others appeared to the time the ancient king woke up, from beginning to end, he didn't even move. Could it be Luo Tian faintly said. Could it be the legendary rainbow divine stone? The ancient king said, yes, it is the Nuwa heaven mending stone. Back then, the experts of the 5 continents have joined forces to suppress me. Even the experts of the realm of the gods have entered the ancient world. Their goal is to obtain this rainbow divine stone. It contains the power of fortune. Even the high and mighty gods of the realm of the gods fear this power. They killed in every possible way. My clansmen, my family were all killed by them. I awakened the demonic nature in my body and turned into a demon. I directly transformed into the ancient demon beast Chiyu. I passed through the heavenly tribulation and condensed divine deity. I escaped to this Pangu mountain range to refine the rainbow divine stone and absorb the power of creation. But they came too. I had just passed through the heavenly tribulation, and my body was extremely weak. I was no match for them alone. In the end, I turned into the appearance of the demon god Chiyu and released the rainbow divine stone. I used it to suppress my demonic nature. Once I withdrew my demonic nature, no one could find me. A wisp of my aura entered a demon beast and split open the void to enter the plane you came from, which is the Tianqian continent. I parasitized that Taoist body. After tens of thousands of years of waiting, I finally found you. He transformed into a demon. I used that aura to lead you into the Pangu cave. I let you familiarize yourself with everything inside. I also knew that you would definitely come here. Definitely. The ancient king said unhurriedly. There was an unconcealable excitement in his eyes, as well as an endless murderous intent. Luo Tian, you want the antidote to the soul poison. I can give it to you. You want to trample the Haijia of Misty Cloud City under your feet. I can make it happen. You want to beat up the crown prince of Haijia until his teeth fall out. I can make it happen. Heaven's choice mountain, the awakening of the 4 divine beasts' bloodlines, and even the ancient tree in your body, I can help you. Moreover, I can help you become the strongest ancient expert in the shortest amount of time. Those Emperor Realm trash are nothing but trash in front of you. The ancient king spoke rather quickly. All of these, he could do it. How could someone with a divine personality in the ancient continent not be able to do all these? However, the more things he gave, the more afraid Luo Tian became. Indeed, he wanted all these. He wanted them even in his dreams. Not the antidote to the soul poison. However, the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. He looked at the ancient king and said, Master, what do you need me to do? Extremely sincere, with an excited expression. Everything he had was in the ancient king's hands. The only thing he could do now was to put on an act. The ancient king did not suspect Luo Tian and said, Take the rainbow divine stone off my head and give it to me. It's that simple. Then, I will fulfill everything I said just now. You will no longer be bullied by anyone. When I refine the power of creation in the rainbow divine stone, I will leave the ancient continent and enter the god realm to take revenge on those people. You will be the new ancient king. When speaking, the ancient king did not even blink his eyes. Under normal circumstances, most liars were like this. Step by step, Luo Tian walked over and raised his head to look at the 7-colored divine stone floating in the air. He asked doubtfully, Master, have you found the power of fortune in the 7-colored divine stone? Also, you were the one who released the rainbow divine stone. How could it still control you? He wanted to know the ancient king's weakness. He had to think for himself. It was not that Luo Tian did not believe in the ancient king, but he had to think for himself. Since the rainbow divine stone contained power that even the experts in the god realm were afraid of, why not take it for himself to cultivate? The ancient king said, Tens of thousands of years have passed. The rainbow divine stone has absorbed a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth from Panga Mountain. Compared to tens of thousands of years ago, the power in its body is much stronger. This is why I asked you to come. If you don't take it off, I can't move. You can only be sealed here. Luo Tian stopped and looked at the ancient king seriously. With a shocked expression, he asked, "Really?" Chapter 1306. Is that true? As soon as he finished his words, Luo Tian still maintained a calm expression, but there was an uncontrollable ripple in his heart. The ancient king said, "I got the rainbow sacred stone by chance in the outer realm. I didn't expect it to be Nuwa's sky-mending stone. And this stone can self-break through and improve its cultivation. For tens of thousands of years, my cultivation hasn't changed, but its cultivation is much stronger than it was tens of thousands of years ago. But it doesn't matter, I already know the method to refine the power of creation. For this stone, my people were killed, my family died, and I will take revenge on them one by one." He was incomparably indignant. Seeing Luo Tian stop, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you? Hurry up and help me remove the rainbow sacred stone above my head. Why are you in a daze?" His tone was questioning. Luo Tian looked at the ancient king and said, "Master, if I help you get the rainbow sacred stone, will you really help me? The antidote to the soul poison, trample Haijia to death and become a chosen one?" "Of course." The ancient king said, "Hurry up and help me remove the rainbow sacred stone. When I refine the power of creation, I will help you with all my strength. Your enemy is my enemy. My good disciple, hurry up and remove it." The primordial king became anxious. His tone was not as calm as before. At this moment, he vaguely felt that there was something in Luo Tian's eyes. That was what he was thinking now. Help Luo Tian. What a joke! He didn't have the leisure to help him. Moreover, Luo Tian was always a chess piece in his eyes. Why would the Curia have the god's prophecy? He was also the one who arranged it. He knew very well that Luo Tian couldn't enter this place with his strength alone. Luo Tian needed help, and the Curia was the best helper. Now, Luo Tian appeared in front of him. He would be able to escape the suppression of the rainbow sacred stone soon. Once he escaped, then he would still be the Chiyu demon god who killed people like Scything Flax, the ancient king. Seeing that Luo Tian was still motionless, the ancient monarch bellowed, "Luo Tian! Hurry up and do it!" His tone suddenly became furious, and his two eyes stared at Luo Tian, as if he wanted to torture him to death. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, "Master, why are you in such a hurry? Don't be angry. It's not good to be angry. Ever since you brought me here, I've been thinking about how to save you. Now that I'm here, I'll naturally save you. However, those promises you just made are too vague. Can't you be more realistic?" The ancient king chuckled. He was not angry. Greedy enough. Bugue is someone that I, the ancient king, have taken a fancy to. Speak. What do you want? Luo Tian giggled like a profiteer and said, "Your armor is not bad. I like it." "Black dragon armor? You like it? Just take it." As he said that, the ancient king took out the black dragon armor from his body and placed it in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian naturally wouldn't be polite. With a thought, he put it into his interspatial ring. After taking a look at it, he was shocked. What a crazy armor! Then, Luo Tian pointed at the gigantic black sword in the ancient king's hand and said, "That sword is not bad. I like it." "If you like it, then take it." The ancient king actually did not have the slightest bit of reluctance. "What else do you like? I'll give it all to you. This little thing is nothing to me, the ancient king." But his voice suddenly turned cold. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "Do you know where these bones under my feet came from?" "It's because some people are too greedy. It doesn't matter if they take my holy artifact, but the key is that they have their eyes on the rainbow divine stone. I can only send them to hell one by one. You don't want the rainbow divine stone too, do you?" I believe you won't be too greedy, right? His voice was extremely cold. It was as if it had come from hell. The pile of skeletons under his feet released a gloomy, ghostly wail, causing Luo Tian to shudder. Luo Tian laughed faintly. How can I be like them? You are my master, don't you think so? The ancient king laughed wildly and said, Well said, my good disciple. You have taken my black dragon armor and black dragon divine sword. Now help me take the rainbow divine stone down, and I will give you even more treasures. I have all the treasures in the Guardian clan. I will give you as many as you want. Huff! Luo Tian raised his head to look at the rainbow divine stone in the air, gently exhaled, and then said, I'll help you take it off right now. Moon steps. Ta, whoosh! Taking a step forward, his body sank, and he flew into the air. Suddenly, God explosion! Rumble! Luo Tian did not rush towards the rainbow divine stone. Instead, he suddenly took out the black dragon divine sword and fiercely slashed down at the top of the ancient king's head. I want the rainbow divine stone just like them. Buzz! The sword slashed down. Luo Tian was very clear in his heart. Once the ancient king escaped from his control, he would be the first to die. In order to escape, he didn't even think about giving away his guardian armor and divine sword. If there was no conspiracy behind this, Luo Tian would be able to eat shit. The ancient king was too impatient. Just because of this, Luo Tian could also conclude that once he was free, he would immediately get rid of him, and the holy maiden Corinne and the others on the second floor would all die. As for the promises he made, there was no need to think about them, as they were impossible. As for, was the rainbow divine stone above his head? It gave Luo Tian a feeling. The stone on top of his head wasn't the rainbow divine stone. The real rainbow divine stone was on him. He wouldn't be so stupid as to suppress himself. Hiding the aura of the devil flame on his body was nothing more than a lie. He was also not the demon god Chiyu who protected the clan. It was just that he had only changed into Chiyu's appearance. It was also possible that the demon god Chiyu had been killed by him and devoured his body. Seeing Luo Tian's sword slashing towards him, the ancient king frowned and shouted, You're courting death! His eyes turned sinister as a ray of light shot out from his eyes. The light was like a solid force, directly rushing towards Luo Tian's chest. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Rumble, Luo Tian was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was even more convinced of his guess. He grinned and said, I guessed right. You are indeed using me. The ancient king was stunned. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't hide it, saying, You are very smart, but smart people should do smart things. If I were you, I would obediently listen to you, and then I would spare your dog life. Otherwise, you don't think that I can't kill you just because I'm suppressed, do you? Death came, his entire body turned cold. However, at this moment, a dazzling golden light emitted from the ancient king's body. A super invincible big boss. The cat friend at home exploded and ran to a faraway place to update. Old people are so bitter. Don't you feel bad if you don't give them a monthly ticket? Chapter 1307. Boss. Without a doubt, it was a super boss. However, the ancient king did not release the boss purple halo immediately. Instead, after Luo Tian made his move, his entire body suddenly changed and released a dazzling purple halo. Perhaps this was Luo Tian's choice, but he did not regret his choice. The ancient king, the strongest ancient warrior. Furthermore, he could casually use a divine artifact. The most important point, he was now suppressed. After tens of thousands of years, how much health did he have left? How much could he have left? From the ancient king's anxious tone, it was not hard to tell that if the suppressing stone was not removed from his head, he would not be able to live for long. There was an ancient saying, Take your life while you're sick. If he did not seize this opportunity, then Luo Tian would not be Luo Tian. What master? From the beginning to the end, he had treated himself as a chess piece, saying that he would let himself stand at the peak of the ancient continent. These were all lies to fool Luo Tian. He just wanted to come out if Luo Tian really helped him. Then, the entire ancient continent was probably going to be in danger. Luo Tian, I'll give you one more chance to choose. Remove the rainbow divine stone above my head, and I'll let bygones be bygones. You're still my good disciple, and I'll still help you get everything you want. Otherwise, the ancient king frowned and said coldly, I only need a thought to kill a piece of trash like you. Very strong. The ancient king was very strong. However, he was also afraid that he would not be able to break free from the suppression of the suppressing stone. Moreover, the most important point was that all his attacks came from his thoughts. His body could not move. If he could move his body, then he wouldn't need Luo Tian's help. Luo Tian smiled slightly. You're still talking to me about the rainbow divine stone. Master, can't you tell me the truth? If the thing above your head is the rainbow divine stone, then what is the stone on your body? Luo Tian slowly got up from the ground, revealing a sly smile. The ancient king laughed as well. Smart, as expected of the person I chose. You're right. The thing above my head is indeed not the rainbow divine stone. I don't know what it is either. The rainbow divine stone is indeed on me, but only I can summon it. Since you want the rainbow divine stone, why don't we make a deal? Help me remove the stone above my head, and I'll give you the rainbow divine stone. What do you think? The ancient king narrowed his eyes and said, Luo Tian, don't be fooled by your own cleverness. In front of me, you don't even have the ability to resist. He seemed to have Luo Tian in his grasp. Luo Tian smiled and said, Do you think I'm a fool? I'll help you remove that stone, and you'll take my life with a flip of your hand. How about this? Give me the rainbow divine stone first, and then I'll help you remove that stone. That way I'll have some insurance. The ancient king laughed. Luo Tian also laughed. No one was an idiot. The rainbow divine stone was too important to the ancient king. He couldn't give it to Luo Tian. Even if he really did, he knew that Luo Tian still wouldn't make a move, because he could see the greed in Luo Tian's eyes, a gaze that was more greedy than anyone else's. Luo Tian, I'll ask you one more time. Will you help me remove the stone above my head? The ancient king was enraged, and the demonic flames on his body began to surge. The skeleton mountain beneath his feet began to tremble, and let out traces of wailing sounds. Demonic flames soared to the sky. Huff, huff! Luo Tian's breathing quickened, and his body became incomparably heavy. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his mind, making him extremely uncomfortable. However, his eyes searched everywhere. His brain was spinning crazily. This was a mission. Since it was a mission, there must be a way to solve it. There must be a way to kill the ancient king. He was thinking. From the moment he discovered the ancient king, he had been thinking, where is it? Where is it? Where exactly is it? Right at this moment, Fatty Lou suddenly barged in and shouted, Boss! Wang, this is your brother, right? Ha ha ha. Fatty, help me remove the stone above my head. From today onwards, you will get everything you want. All the beauties in this world will be yours. The ancient king's idea suddenly entered Lu Zhan's mind. Lu Zhan's body trembled, and he grinned. Your sister, you actually know that this young master wants all the beauties in the world. But even if all the beauties in the world stand in front of me naked, I will not betray my boss. If that's the case, the corner of the ancient king's mouth curled up, his blood-red hair wantonly fluttering in the wind, and he said, Then go to hell! Fatty, hurry up and retreat. Luo Tian cried out in alarm. He did not expect Lu Zhan to suddenly barge in. Lu Zhan was also worried about Luo Tian. What Luo Tian did not expect was that it was not only Lu Zhan. The Holy Maiden, the White Dog, and Kai Lin's Paladin Regiment all rushed in. When they heard the violent tremors below, they couldn't care less and all rushed in. Seeing that the surroundings were filled with demonic flames, everyone's expressions turned cold. Kai Lin immediately shouted, "Battle mode!" He pointed his sword. All the paladins summoned their warhorses, and Kai Lin shouted, "Charge!" "Ha ha ha! Just you pieces of trash?" The ancient king sneered in disdain. "Luo Tian, is this what you're relying on? What do you think this group of trash can do to me? I'll give you one last chance. Help me remove the stone above my head, and I'll spare your dog lives." At this point in time, Kai Lin had already rushed forward with her paladin regiment. There was no other choice. Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, "I'll spare your 18 generations of ancestors." As soon as he finished, his body turned into a bolt of lightning as he rushed forward. Lu Zhan also drew his bow and shot out a giant ice arrow into the air. "Eat this uncle's arrow first!" "Humph! A motley crew. You're courting death." The ancient king's eyes turned sinister, and a stream of idea turned into a half-moon-shaped blade, chi, sweeping out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 16 paladins, including Kai Lin, were all knocked over when they came into contact with the half-moon-shaped idea blade chi. The warhorses were even directly strangled to death. The power of this idea attack was too terrifying, unimaginable. Kai Lin quickly shouted, "Cross-sword light formation!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk, very quickly, they formed a sword formation. Once again, they attacked. This kind of attack was completely useless against the ancient king, and in just a few rounds, Kai Lin and the others would all be killed by the ancient king. It was also at this moment the arrow fell from the sky and directly exploded on top of the ancient king's head. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Fatty's attack actually hit? Coincidence? Or what? What the hell is this? 10 book coins as a reward? Chapter 1308. Fatty, shoot another arrow at the same angle as before. Luo Tian immediately said. Kelly and the others were all Holy Spirit realm experts. Their attacks were scattered by the ancient king's intent blade energy before they could even get close. Furthermore, most of them suffered quite a bit of injuries. Only Fatty's attack hit the ancient king. Although it was a miss and there was no damage at all, but was this a coincidence? Was the ancient king careless? Luo Tian didn't dare to conclude, but he firmly believed that since this was a mission, there must be a way to solve it. This was the same as a bug in a game. No matter how strong the boss was, there would be a set of strategies to deal with it. Lu Zhan immediately said, "Okay." Drawing a ladle, using the same arrow as before, Lu Zhan shot another ice arrow with all his strength. So, Luo Tian's eyes stared at the arrow. Looking at its angle, he didn't miss a single moment. The arrow soared into the sky and fell vertically. It landed on the side of the suppressing stone. Boom! The ice element exploded on the ancient king's body. It accurately hit the target. This Luo Tian was secretly excited. He immediately transmitted a message to Kelly. "Come back quickly. I seem to have found a way to deal with the ancient king. Come back quickly." Kelly and her paladin group were organizing a new round of attacks. If they didn't retreat, they wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few attacks from the ancient king. The ancient king's intent damage was too strong. Only the paladin group had heaven-defying defense. If it was Fatty Lu, he would have been chopped into pieces. Kelly didn't think too much and immediately said, "Retreat!" Boom, boom, boom. The paladin group quickly retreated. Kelly looked at Luo Tian and said, "What method?" Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan and said, "Fatty, shoot a normal arrow again with the same force and angle as before. Change it a little bit. Move the floating stone in the arrow by 1 meter and try again." Got it. With the archery bloodline, he would not even miss a centimeter if there was no external interference, let alone a meter. So, the arrow soared into the sky and fell. Chi, and it landed right on the ancient king's head. The ancient monarch laughed coldly and said, "Is that all you've got? You don't even have the strength to scratch an itch. Luo Tian, you think you can kill me with your trash? I think you must be tired of living." Arrogant. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up. "I'll let you be arrogant for a while longer. Fatty, try shifting it by 2 meters," Luo Tian said again. Everyone was looking at Luo Tian. They didn't know what Luo Tian wanted to do. What was the difference between 1 meter and 2 meters? The damage caused by his cultivation was completely useless against the ancient king. Even if he shifted it by 100 meters, it would be useless. They didn't know, and Lu Zhan didn't know either. However, he knew one thing. Believe in Luo Tian. So, the arrow fell. The ancient king raised his eyes, and a demonic flame rushed up. Whang! Boom! The arrow turned into powder. The ancient king laughed crazily again and said, "I already said that your attack is useless against me. Even if you gather all the strong people in the continent, you won't be able to hurt me. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you better listen to me obediently and take away that stone. I will make each of you the strongest person in the world. You have no choice. You have no way out either. The Guardian clan's beast tamers have already sealed the exit with runes and thorns. You can't leave at all. Only I can bring you out." The ancient king seemed to have seen through everything. He had Luo Tian for sure. Luo Tian looked at the stone floating in midair, and his mind was frantically calculating. The ancient monarch looked at Luo Tian, who was staring at the stone, and smiled. A wise man submits to circumstances. Luo Tian, you can choose between heaven and hell. Whether you want heaven or hell is up to you. All of you, back off. All of a sudden, Luo Tian said to them. His body sank slightly, and he suddenly flew out. Following the trajectory of Lu Zhan's arrow, he stopped 1/2 meter away from the stone and floated in midair. Everyone was shocked. The ancient king's eyes flashed with excitement. They all thought that Luo Tian was going to take the stone. The saintess expression turned cold. She stared at Luo Tian, and her white sword let out a sword cry. She couldn't let the ancient king escape her control. She wanted to make a move. However, looking at Luo Tian, she felt conflicted. Lu Zhan said, "Boss must have thought of a way to deal with this guy." The saintess clenched her fingers and suppressed the sword energy in her white sword. She frowned. At this moment, no one's heart was more complicated than hers, and no one was more nervous than her. Her purpose in coming to Panga Mountain Range was to stop the ancient king from coming out. If he was released, then the entire continent would be filled with blood and would be consigned to eternal damnation. The entire ancient continent would fall into a huge crisis. She could shoot down Luo Tian. In the end, she still chose to believe in Luo Tian. She didn't even know why she made such an irrational decision. The people of Phoenix Sky Mountain couldn't be tied down by emotions. At this moment, Luo Tian smiled. He looked down at the ancient king and said, "Do you think I'm going to take away this stone?" The stone was right in front of Luo Tian. It was so close, he just had to stretch out his hand to get it. Luo Tian also took a closer look at the ordinary stone. He discovered that its entire body was engraved with small words. The words were as thin as hair, and they were all mysterious runes. He couldn't understand a single word. He thought to himself, just how powerful is it that it can even suppress the ancient king? The ancient king was stunned and said, "You're the last one to take it away, otherwise you're still being arrogant." "Master, oh master, this position is your Achilles heel, right?" Suddenly, Luo Tian's sword moved. "Buddha's Fury Vajra! Crush it for me!" Rumble! An angry Vajra smashed down from above. The ancient king's expression was incomparably ugly. Facing the Vajra that was crushing down, he actually didn't have the slightest reaction. It wasn't that he didn't want to react, but he couldn't react at all, because the suppressing stone above his head was a divine artifact from outside the realm. Legends. Even the gods were afraid of the sky flipping divine seal. It could even destroy the power of heaven in an instant. There was nothing more abnormal than it in such a small plane. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to suppress the ancient king for tens of thousands of years, and it wouldn't be able to suppress him to the point where he couldn't move at all. This was where it was strong. Boom! 1 inch, a bright red number floated above the ancient king's head. His health bar was also revealed. Luo Tian began to get excited. I found the bug! The update was a little late. Old Cow's father had a terrible toothache. The village was far from the hospital, so he could only go out in the middle of the night to look for herbs. He hoped that his father could sleep well at night. He was in his 50s. He was in so much pain that he was rolling on the bed and crying. Chapter 1309. Finally found it. Luo Tian was now 100% sure that the space he was standing in was the ancient king's Achilles heel. It was also the safest place in the entire area, because close to the heaven-flipping sealstone, the ancient king's attack was useless. Every mission had details that were unknown to the public. Even if he was the game designer, there were still areas where he had overlooked. Luo Tian stared at the ancient king under his feet and said, Is it very arrogant? Is it very fierce? My dear master, didn't you successfully pass the tribulation and condense the divinity, the strongest person in the ancient continent? If you can hurt a single strand of my hair now, I swear on my life, I will immediately help you take down this stone. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it. Karen said, What is he talking about? Lord Luo Tian, don't joke around. You are so close, less than 10 meters away. At this distance, the ancient king can send you flying with just a thought, let alone hurt a strand of your hair. The paladins didn't understand the meaning of Luo Tian's words. Looking at Luo Tian's calm and composed expression without the slightest bit of fear, they couldn't understand. When the paladins attacked just now, they were scattered by the saber chi. That kind of power was something that even 10 black moons couldn't do. The saintess also had a strange expression. She also couldn't understand Luo Tian. Only Fatty Lu had a sly smile on his face and said proudly, Boss will definitely find a way to deal with this guy, ha ha ha. This is going to be fun. Damn it, the ancient king? Even if you see my boss, you will still have to lie down. He said it as if he was Luo Tian. The ancient king's expression darkened. His face turned ashen as he stared at Luo Tian and said coldly, How arrogant! You're just a piece of trash who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You better remove that stone for me, or else. Luo Tian didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted. Don't be scared. Hurry up and do it. Come on. Come on. Do it if you have the guts. Come on. Come on, mother asterisk her. Luo Tian's voice became more and more arrogant. In the end, he almost shouted, You can't come, right? The ancient king gritted his teeth so hard that they cracked. He hated it. Extreme hatred. The area where Luo Tian was located was too close to the overturning heaven divine seal. His consciousness couldn't get close at all, and his body couldn't move at all. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have already turned into ashes. Luo Tian said coldly, If you're not coming, I'm coming. Godly explosion. Buzz! Releasing his aura, Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he lightly yelled, Let's talk after I blast you! Divine fire! Boom! With a flick of his palm, a second-grade divine flame shot out. The ancient king had no way of blocking the attacks in this area. The sky-flipping divine seal that was suppressing it was simply too powerful. Its will could not break through the suppressive force at all. Boom! The divine flame exploded on the ancient king's body. The ancient king's eyes were dull as he fell into a temporary dizziness. The time was very short, less than 1/10 of a second. It didn't kill him instantly, nor did it cause any damage. Luo Tian already knew this, but he was just testing it out. He thought to himself, Seems like the divine flame can really stun even a divine rank expert. Why isn't he moving? Ha ha ha. Lord Luotian is mighty. What is going on? The members of the Holy Knight Order were all stunned. They didn't understand why the ancient king didn't make a move and even allowed Luotian's attack to land. This didn't make sense. The Holy Maiden looked at Luotian, who was in the sky. When she saw the sky-flipping divine seal stone beside Luotian, her eyes moved and said, I know. So it's like this. How did he find out? Just because of Lu Zhan's arrows he found this weakness? Then the Holy Maiden was serious. This was the first time she looked at Luotian so seriously. This man made her more and more unable to understand him, and she realized that there was an extraordinary aura on Luotian's body. This aura, even if she didn't admit it, she had to admit that it fascinated her. At this moment, Kai Lin also noticed it. Her expression was also filled with shock. Like the Holy Maiden, she was also seriously sizing up Luotian. They had only known each other for a day, but Luotian had shocked her time and time again. At the same time, she was also moved. What if we don't go back and follow him? What do you think? Kai Lin said softly. Many holy knights were stunned. A few seconds later, they all laughed out loud and said, Then the days in the future will definitely be very good, ha ha ha. Captain, haven't we always dared to follow Lord Luotian? Ha ha ha. This decision is really too cool. I've wanted to suggest this for a long time. In their hearts, everything that Luotian had done had deeply moved them. In addition, Luotian had displayed unparalleled strength, which made them admire him even more. Since they couldn't afford to return to the Eurasian continent, following Luotian would be a very good choice. Kai Lin also laughed. She didn't expect that her casual words would actually make everyone agree. Since that was the case, Kai Lin looked at Luotian, who was in the air, and secretly decided in her heart, as long as you can bring us out of Pan Gu Cave alive, I will forever chase after you. Any of your orders will be our goal. The ancient king's eyes turned blood red, the anger in his body raged, and the devil flames emitted from his body brought the surroundings into endless darkness. If it wasn't for the heaven-turning divine seal stone, this place would have become hell. Very strong. The ancient king was very strong. This kind of strength made Luotian extremely excited. The stronger you are, the more I like it. Only the stronger the boss, the better the items that will be dropped. Ha ha ha. You never expected this. Ha ha ha. Purple thunder technique. Thunder force. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The purple thunder fell. A series of damage values appeared on top of the ancient king's head, but they weren't high. The highest damage was only 2 digits, and it didn't even reach 100 damage. Looking at the remaining HP on top of his head, there was only 1 bar left. However, there was actually 100 million HP on this bar. If it was a full bar, he would have given up instantly. The ancient king's eyes were extremely ferocious. Luotian, your attacks are useless against me. Since you've made your choice, I'll make you pay the price. I can't kill you, but your friends will all die. Demonic sea of thoughts, destroy. The ancient king was completely enraged. The surrounding devil flames were like waves in a hurricane, floating 10 meters high and slapping towards the Saintess and the others. Chapter 1310. This was what Luotian was most worried about, other than the place where he was standing. The other places were all within the attack range of the ancient king. Moreover, although this place was not under attack, he would still be affected. The release of the magic sea of ideas caused Luotian's mind and sea of consciousness to tremble slightly. Even the vermilion bird bloodline could not suppress it. All of you get out. In an instant, Luotian shouted, Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. If he didn't go out now, it would be too late. Luotian didn't want to see anything happen to them. Not a single one of them. The paladin squad had basically been subdued by him. He only needed the last 10 points of intimacy to become his strongest paladin squad. This paladin squad was very important to him because of the intimacy. The demon beasts they killed, the people they killed, would provide them with a certain amount of experience. They couldn't die. Not a single one of them could die. They would be of great use in the future. Luo Tian roared. Ancient King, Laozi is here. If you have the guts, come and kill Laozi. The idea sent a sound transmission to the Holy Maiden. Quick, quick! All of you get out! The Holy Maiden did not move. However, Kai Lin and the others did not hesitate for a moment as they turned around and rushed out of the exit. Because this was Luo Tian's order. They were the paladin squad. Since they had chosen, then Luo Tian's orders were the heavens. Fatty also followed him out. The Holy Maiden was the only one left. The moment the sea of devil flames swept over, the Holy Maiden's white sword suddenly moved. Break! Whoosh, whoosh. Asterisk, a sword shattered the void. It directly pierced a huge hole in the devil flames. With a flash of white, it instantly landed beside Luo Tian. Because of the impact of the devil flames, she couldn't stand steadily. Luo Tian hugged her. He also thought that the Holy Maiden would suddenly rush towards her, so the position of his hug was not very good. Both of his hands directly hugged the Holy Maiden's chest, and the Holy Maiden's back was facing Luo Tian, so he didn't know where he was hugging. Thus, his 5 fingers lightly grabbed it. F***CK. Luo Tian scolded himself and said in his heart, "What kind of situation is this? And you're still thinking about this?" His right hand loosened. Luo Tian pinched his own thigh and sucked in a breath of cold air. He quickly calmed himself down. In order to resolve the awkwardness, Luo Tian turned his attention to the Ancient King and roared, "Ancient King, your time has come. Azure Dragon Bloodline, go. White Tiger Bloodline, go. Vermilion Bird Bloodline, come out. Black Tortoise Bloodline, come out. 9 Yang Divine Ability." He condensed all of his strength into his palm and activated his origin energy. His palm turned into an anti-aircraft gun, aiming at the Ancient King and blasting it down. Bang! The top of the Ancient King's head exploded, and a bright red number, -1011, floated out. 4-digit damage. When Luo Tian saw this number, he had the urge to die. The Ancient King's defense was extremely powerful. If this continued, he wouldn't have enough essence energy. However, the only thing he could be thankful for was that the evil fire in his body had been suppressed. The Holy Maiden was not that unnatural, but she did not dare to look at Luo Tian's eyes. She said faintly, "The Ancient King has fused with the body of the Chiyu demon god. Ordinary techniques are useless against him. Furthermore, your cultivation is too low, and your origin energy is extremely insufficient. You won't be able to exhaust it." She stayed for 2 reasons. First, to help Luo Tian. Second, if Luo Tian did not succeed in killing the Ancient King, and she could not kill him, she would kill Luo Tian. She would definitely not let the Ancient King escape from the suppression of the heaven-turning divine seal. This was the mission that the celestial phoenix maiden gave her when she went down the mountain. The Ancient King laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha! The Holy Maiden of the Phoenix Sky Mountain is indeed different. Luo Tian, you dog, did you hear that clearly? Your attacks are useless against me. You think a trash like you can kill me? Ha ha ha! I want to see who can outlast the other. With your current physical body, you won't be able to live for more than a year without food and water. It's time to see if you can still be as arrogant as now, ha ha ha." Indeed, although Luo Tian's physical body had reached the 5th level, he still could not escape from the realm of relying on food. It was the same for the Holy Maiden. Luo Tian frowned. He had a lot of essence energy, but his current cultivation was too low. He could not unleash the power of his techniques. Even if he had 10 times more essence energy, he would not be able to kill the Ancient King. He would only exhaust himself. There was one more thing. The primordial tree was still absorbing his vitality. As time passed, he would not be able to hold on. Luo Tian asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Since the Holy Maiden had stayed, she definitely had a way to deal with the Ancient King. The holy maiden bit her lips and frowned. Her cheeks could not help but blush. Luo Tian said anxiously, "If you have any ideas, just say it. Right now, none of us can leave this place. Once we leave, we will instantly be entangled by the demonic flames under our feet and become a pile of bones." They were the only ones left in this space. As long as they left, even if they took half a step, they would be killed by the ancient king. The holy maiden's cheeks became redder. "What time is it now? You're still blushing. I really admire you." Luo Tian lowered his head and stared at the ancient king, who was laughing wildly, and said, "I will exhaust you to death." Godly explosion. 9 yang divine ability. Burn you to death. Another attack landed. The damage caused could be said to be negligible. Against 100 million HP, Luo Tian's damage was too low. It was like scratching an itch. The ancient king laughed in disdain and said, "So what if you found my weakness? Can you hurt me? Ha ha ha. As long as you leave that area, you will die and become bones under my feet. If there are a few more bones, I will be able to touch that stone. At that time, I will turn the entire ancient continent into a river of blood and turn it into hell on earth." Ha ha ha. The ancient king was incomparably arrogant. The killing intent in his eyes was the strongest killing intent Luo Tian had ever seen. Once this kind of devil escaped, it would be a calamity for the entire continent. Suddenly, the holy maiden turned to look at Luo Tian and said, "Phoenix Sky Mountain has a secret technique that can deal with him." Luo Tian was shocked and said, "Then why aren't you saying it quickly?" The holy maiden's face turned even redder and said, "This secret technique requires a man and a woman to cultivate together." Huh. The holy maiden's face was so red that it could drip water, and she continued, "And you also need to take off your clothes in order to cultivate it. I beg for monthly vote. The monthly votes are so little." Chapter 13:11. Only by taking off my clothes can I cultivate. There's actually such a good cultivation technique in this world. Luo Tian could not help but say it out loud. Could it be the legendary asterisk, 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 asterisk? Jade Maiden Sword Technique? Seeing the holy maiden's cold expression, Luo Tian immediately changed his words. "That's not good. You're the holy maiden of Tianshan Mountain, and I'm just a commoner. It doesn't matter if I take off my clothes, but if you take off your clothes, how are you going to go out and meet people?" No, absolutely not." She said it with a strong sense of righteousness. Luo Tian's heart was, ha ha ha, "I've profited this time. She's always acting high and mighty, and now she has to take off her clothes in front of me. Wow! I should be the first person in the history of the ancient continent to see the holy maiden naked? It's just that, she Shui, Er's younger sister and my future sister-in-law. Anyway, we're family. Don't let the goodies flow into the family, ha ha ha." Luo Tian's heart was very shameless, but on the surface, he pretended to be a good person. He would never do such a thing. The holy maiden's face was still very red. Very red. She was embarrassed to say these things, but she had to say it. This was the reason why she came to Pan Gu Cave. If Luo Tian could not get rid of the ancient king, when he rushed out of Pan Gu Cave, it would be a catastrophe for the entire ancient continent. As the holy maiden of Phoenix Sky Mountain, she had to maintain the stability of the ancient continent. This was the responsibility of Phoenix Sky Mountain. If the ancient king did not die, she would definitely not let him rush out. He stopped Luo Tian from taking away the suppressing stone and did not hesitate to kill Luo Tian, and then she committed suicide. Now, she had the chance to kill the ancient king and rid the ancient continent of all future troubles. This was a great virtue. For her, and for Phoenix Sky Mountain, it was a very good thing. It would bring her more power when she entered the divine domain in the future. Furthermore, when she left, the celestial phoenix maiden taught her a set of special techniques to deal with the ancient king. It was just that this set of techniques required a man and a woman to successfully cultivate and release the power of the techniques. This was their only chance. The saintess relaxed her brows and gently exhaled. She whispered, "For the ancient continent, for the billions of civilians. Luo Tian!" Suddenly, the saintess's voice became serious. Luo Tian's eyes widened. "What's wrong?" The saintess said, "I will now use a thought to enter your sea of consciousness. I will teach you the cultivation method of this cultivation method. Listen carefully and cultivate well. Don't be distracted." Luo Tian looked at the saintess with a serious expression and said, "Then you—" The saintess glared at Luo Tian and said angrily, "Everything I did today was for the peace of the ancient continent. If you dare to say anything about what happened here—" His gaze turned cold. With cold killing intent, he said, "I will definitely kill you." She made her decision. This was very difficult for a young girl. Not to mention, the saintess of the Phoenix Sky Mountain could not have any emotions. Luo Tian was only slightly different in her heart, but she did not have any hidden feelings for him. Her world was different from Luo Tian's. From the moment she was born, she had been fighting to enter the divine realm and become a god. She had no distractions and would not consider anything. She had already said so. No matter what, Luo Tian had to cooperate. "All right, but I like to talk in my sleep. What if I say it while I'm sleeping?" No matter what, you can't say it. I want you to swear." The holy maiden's face turned red. Even her mother had not seen her body before, let alone in front of the opposite sex. If this was not the only way to kill the ancient king, she definitely would not have taken off her clothes in front of Luo Tian. "If you say half a word, may the heavens strike you with lightning and you will never die a good death." "Isn't that too vicious?" Luo Tian said faintly. The saintess said seriously, "Quickly swear to me." "All right." Luo Tian swore. "If I reveal half a word of what happened today, I will be struck by lightning and will never die a good death. My head will be full of bumps, the soles of my feet will be thick, my little brother will not be able to lift me up, my legs will become lame, my hands will become sore, my cultivation will regress, my vitality will be exhausted." A series of words. Luo Tian said the most vicious words he could say. Seeing Luo Tian's expression, the saintess was actually relieved. Luo Tian was puzzled and thought to himself, "What's the use of an oath? If an oath is useful, then this world would be too beautiful. I really don't know what these girls are thinking about all day, sigh. Big breasts, brainless." The saintess exhaled and said, "Now, relax your mind. I am prepared to teach you the mental cultivation method." Then, the saintess sat cross-legged and floated in the air. Luo Tian did as he was told. His mind was empty, and all the distracting thoughts in his mind were cleared. He originally had a headache over how to kill the ancient king. He didn't expect the saintess to have a way. This made him extremely surprised, but at the same time he was extremely excited. With his cultivation technique and the damage caused by his vitality, it was impossible for him to kill the ancient king. If the saintess had a way, he would be willing to do anything. One had to know. The ancient king was a super boss with divine deity. How much experience could he get from killing him? How much vitality could he get? How many holy artifact could he drop? Just thinking about it made Luo Tian's blood boil. Luo Tian sat down, closed his eyes, and said, "Let's begin." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian's mind sank. A light and graceful idea was like a drop of clear spring water, pure beyond belief, without the slightest bit of impurity. It was exceptionally pure. Even the fantasy fairy in Luo Tian's body couldn't help but exclaim, "What a pure idea! No wonder she became the saintess. Her soul is probably the purest in the world. This soul." The saintess couldn't hear her words. However, Luo Tian could hear it, and a ripple appeared in his mind. The saintess's idea immediately sensed it and reminded him, "Don't be distracted. I'm about to start." And Luo Tian replied. In that instant, it was as if an electric current had been created between the two of them, and a huge amount of information surged into Luo Tian's mind. At the same time, Luo Tian said to Fantasy Fairy, "Can you check from her brain and see if the person she's looking for is Shui?" Fantasy Fairy chuckled and said, "I'll make a copy of all the memories in her brain for you. You can slowly search for her yourself." "Thank you." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wave after wave of mental cultivation methods surged into Luo Tian's mind. There was no need to cultivate. This kind of mental cultivation method was like a computer download, improving bit by bit. When he saw the name of the mental cultivation method, he was stunned. Chapter 1312. Heaven and Earth changed color. Pangu mountain ranges, thousands of demons crawled on the ground, letting out low cries of fear. Time within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers seemed to have frozen. Tremor. Intense tremor. This powerful tremor awakened countless experts from their seclusion. They all looked at Pangu mountain range. What's going on? Could it be that the ancient king has broken through the suppression and is coming out of seclusion? Impossible. The Guardian clan was once the strongest clan on this continent. It's impossible for them to let the ancient king come out of seclusion. The ancient king is hiding a huge secret. What exactly is this secret? Who is it? They couldn't see. Even a peak Emperor realm expert couldn't sense Pangu mountain range that was tens of millions of kilometers away in an instant. However, one person had arrived. Huang Fuju. He was a space-time bloodline controller. He could tear apart space-time and travel through it. He also knew that traveling through space-time cracks would instantly crush him into powder. But he did it because of his bloodline. He stepped out of space-time. With a thought, he covered the entire Pangu mountain range. Immediately, he locked onto a place and quickly flew over. Outside Pangu Cave, Black Moon frowned and was extremely nervous. He sensed that Luo Tian's life was extremely weak and was on the verge of death. At the same time, he also sensed that the ancient king was in the same situation as Luo Tian. God's prophecy. God's prophecy. It can't be wrong. He is definitely the person in the prophecy. Kid, you must hold on. Hold on. Kill the ancient king, and you will be able to get the rainbow divine stone. Then you will die in my hands. That saintess and the royal paladins who betrayed the Vatican will all die. Ha ha ha, he was very excited. Luo Tian was about to succeed. Even if Luo Tian didn't succeed, the ancient king wouldn't be able to live. At that time, he would rush in and get the rainbow divine stone. He would become the strongest person in the ancient times. He would become the strongest person in the ancient times. Why did the ancient king become the strongest person? It was because of this stone with the power of fortune that he was able to successfully transcend the heavenly tribulation and condense a godhead, becoming the first person in the ancient era to do so. If he were to completely refine it, who would be able to suppress him? Guardian clan? It was simply not enough. Black Moon was abnormally excited. At the same time, his brows slightly knitted together. He could feel a very powerful aura approaching from the Pangu mountain range. The black robe on his body suddenly fluttered, and his body instantly disappeared. Invisible, he looked at the cave again. Luo Tian risked his life. It rushed into the ancient king's glabella and into the depths of his sea of consciousness. The Yin-Yang 9-layer divine technique began to slaughter the ancient king's sea of consciousness. The ancient king screamed in pain. Luo Tian, you dog! If I die, you won't live either. The ancient king could not withstand the crushing power of the Yin-Yang 9 heavens divine art. His body began to explode. His sea of consciousness was rotting madly. However, he suddenly retracted all the devil flames back into his body and instantly rushed into his sea of consciousness. He laughed wildly and said, Luo Tian, your body can't take it anymore. Follow me to hell. In hell, I will let you have a taste of my means. He knew that he was going to die. However, he never thought that he would die in the hands of Luo Tian. Never. However, he would never let Luo Tian live. The devil flames attacked. The ancient king's sea of consciousness exploded. All heaven's consciousness began to grow blurry, and his fleshly body couldn't take it any longer. His arms, his legs, and even his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were on the verge of being ripped apart. Even his hair and pores were being ripped apart. Fresh blood gushed out. His vision slowly turned black. At the last moment, Luo Tian triggered his mind and released the Angel of Judgment transformation card. Invincible state. Immediately, his consciousness completely disappeared. It was as if his body had fallen into an endless dark abyss and began to fall madly. The invincible state could only last for a few seconds. What could he do in these few seconds? Luo Tian did not know, but he had the desire to live. He wanted to live. He was afraid of death, but he had to live. He had too many things to complete. God, let me live for a few more years. The ancient king's devil flames enveloped Luo Tian's body. Crazy suppression, crazy bombardment. He had even unleashed the power of his godhood. But in that instant, the crushing power of his attacks didn't affect him in the slightest. How could this be? How could this be? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he resist my power? The ancient king screamed in horror. He looked at the sky and suddenly moved his arms and clenched them. Even if I die, I won't let this world be peaceful. I want to turn this world into a river of blood. Reincarnation technique. My devil army rise. Ah, rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the ancient king's body exploded. The devil flames that filled the sky were not controlled by the heaven-turning divine seal stone and flew out. The entire sky above the Panga mountain range suddenly became incomparably dark. The devil flames transformed into countless shadows and crazily shot out, scattering in every corner of the ancient continent and on every continent. Next, the mysterious realms on the 5 continents of the ancient continent began to stir. One after another, the devil cultivator who had died tens of thousands of years ago began to revive. Villages were massacred and cities fell. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. It was as if he had entered the Dark Age. And then there was Luo Tian. It exploded out from the ancient king's body. The invincible state disappeared. His body hit the wall and slid down. It was as if his body had no bones. His entire body was deathly still. The holy maiden ran over crazily and kept pouring pills into Luo Tian's mouth, but she couldn't get them in at all. With a thought, she felt Luo Tian's consciousness gradually disappear, and his body began to turn cold. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. He didn't know why. The holy maiden's heart was extremely sad. Even he himself didn't know what was going on, and he even wanted to use his own life to exchange for Luo Tian's. At this moment, she didn't care that she was naked and directly hugged Luo Tian in her arms, crying her heart out. Don't die. I don't want you to die. Luo Tian, do you hear me? I don't want you to die. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, woo. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she was useless. It was of no use at all. So what if he was the holy maiden of the Phoenix Mountain? So what if he was a divine grade talent? So what if he could reach the divine realm? If he couldn't even save a single person? What was the point of living in this world? She thought of death. Suddenly, a system notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! A new week is about to begin. Please recommend tickets and monthly tickets. Chapter 1313. Ding! A pleasant notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. It was like the sound of nature. However, at this time, Luo Tian was already on the verge of death, so he did not notice the notification sound. However, when he used the divine explosion and doubled the power of yin and yang, he had calculated everything. He knew that his body could not withstand the impact of such a powerful force. He also knew what the consequences would be. He was gambling. He was gambling that he could level up before he died. Level up. Breaking through might not be of any use to ordinary warriors, but it was different for Luo Tian. Once he leveled up, All the pain in his body would disappear, and all his attributes would be restored, including his life. So, he didn't even use the all-purpose spring water. It was just that this gamble was too dangerous. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Ancient King, for obtaining 5 billion experience points, 10 billion essence chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Chi Yu Demon God Bloodline. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Demon God Armor. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Demon God Cloud Riding Boots. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Rainbow Divine Stone. Do you wish to refine it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining First Order Divine Deity. Do you wish to fuse it? It was a huge explosion. It was almost as if the Chi Yu Demon God set had been dropped. Each of these items was a divine artifact level spirit treasure in the ancient continent. Each of them was something that even the high and mighty Emperor Realm Rankers could not compare to, and could only look up to. Any one of them would cause a sensation in the secular world. However, compared to the last two items, the Demon God set was too trashy. It was completely incomparable. The Rainbow Divine Stone, also known as the Nuwa Heaven Mending Stone, could also be said to be the Stone of Creation. It contained the power of creation. Everything depended on the absorption ability of the refiner. If the refiner could absorb all the power in the Rainbow Divine Stone, then he would possess a kind of power of creation. He could be resurrected, reincarnated, or transformed into a super strong combat power to kill his enemies. The power of creation was a power that did not belong to this world. Even in the divine realm, it was an extremely powerful existence. This was also the reason why those experts from the god domain had entered the primordial continent to fight for the primordial king's Rainbow Divine Stone. However, in order to fully unleash the power of creation within the Rainbow Divine Stone, one not only needed comprehension, but also perseverance, talent, and the kind of hardships that ordinary people could not endure, in addition to a long period of time. The Rainbow Divine Stone was very fierce. It was quite ferocious. It could be said to be the most precious treasure of the Ancient King. Then there was the rank 1 Godhead, condensed by an ancient monarch. The Godhead stood tall in the sea of knowledge. It was the source of all essence energy. It was formed from the baptism of heavenly tribulation, just like the demon core of a demonic beast. However, the power of the Godhead was too strong. It was impossible for something like this to exist in the ancient world. Back then, the Ancient King wanted to completely refine the power of creation within the Rainbow Divine Stone before entering the divine realm. However, he did not expect that before he could fully refine it, it would attract a lot of people to fight for it, and even divine realm experts would appear. A little more, Godheads could be devoured, and in a short period of time, one could become a rank 1 deity, possessing the true power of a god. However, after devouring a Godhead, no matter how much one cultivated, one's realm would forever be stuck at rank 1 deity, unable to advance any further. Compared to the Rainbow Divine Stone, the Godhead was more tangible. Once devoured, Luo Tian could directly become a rank 1 deity, directly exploding the entire primordial continent. Emperors were like cabbages to him, and he could kill them however he wanted. What Haijia? What Haijia, Crown Prince? They were all noobs. It was very satisfying to explode. However, Luo Tian did not feel it. The promotion notification continued. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Myriad Illusions, rank 1. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the system reward. The permanent transformation card, Angel of Judgment, has a cooldown of 10 days. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Myriad Illusions, rank 2. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Myriad Illusions, rank 3. 3 levels in a row. This was Luo Tian's first time in the primordial world. It was very satisfying, very satisfying. With the Ancient King's 5 billion experience, leveling up was even faster. Coupled with the 10 million points of vitality, even if Luo Tian did not absorb vitality for a few months, he would not have to worry about the primordial tree's rations. Speaking of the primordial tree, at the moment of the Ancient King's death, the primordial tree suddenly shook and released a powerful force, directly absorbing the Ancient King's soul. In just a few seconds, the primordial tree was like bamboo shoots after the rain, crazily uprooting. In the blink of an eye, it became a tree more than 10 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were very lush, and ancient power surrounded the tree. The soul of a rank 1 god was full of nourishment. To the primordial tree, it was simply a piece of incomparably delicious meat. In an instant, it broke through and rose from the ground. Fantasy Fairy was shocked. Just a little bit more, and I'll succeed. Sensing the changes in the primordial tree in her mind, Fantasy Fairy clicked her tongue. At the same time, Luo Tian's physical body also leveled up. His body withstood the test of death and broke through in an instant, stepping into the 6th level of physical body. He was 1 step closer to the great perfection realm of physical body. He was 1 step closer to using the Dragon God Forbidden skill. It was very difficult for his physical body to break through now. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the Exterminate 10,000 Demons mission. Mission level, SSS level, mission reward, reincarnation technique. Mission time 1 year, quest description. Due to player slaying the Ancient King and enraging his demon god's might, the Ancient King has awakened thousands of demons before his death. Player must eliminate these demons within 1 year. Otherwise, player will be severely punished. Punishment? The mission also appeared immediately. It was a mission beyond the SSS level. These demons were all former subordinates of the Ancient King, and each of them was an existence of the Emperor realm. To eliminate all the demons on the continent in just a year, the mission was very difficult. Moreover, it was unknown whether Luo Tian would be able to step into the Emperor realm within a year. So how could he be a match for them without devouring divinities? However, the mission reward, reincarnation technique, this was undoubtedly an existence beyond the divine level. All of this, Luo Tian didn't even sense it. His physical body had suffered too much pain. Even if he leveled up and recovered, he didn't wake up immediately. Half a minute passed. Chapter 13-14. Pata, 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 pata on his cheeks. Drops of tears flowed down. The tears slid into his mouth. It was salty, but Luo Tian felt incomparably sweet. A girl was crying for him. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that this girl was not wearing anything. She was naked and was hugging him in her embrace. This was the best pillow in the world, making him unwilling to move. Luo Tian, don't die. I won't allow you to die. If you are my life and death calamity, then I would rather die. At this moment, the holy maiden was crying her eyes out. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she just wanted to cry. Her tears couldn't stop flowing down her face at all. Perhaps it was because she cultivated the Yin-Yang 9-stage divine Kung Fu. Or perhaps it was because she already had Luo Tian in her heart. Or perhaps it was because of her sister, Shui. The twins' hearts were connected, and she was crying on behalf of her sister? As for which one it was, she couldn't say for sure. She only knew that she was extremely sad. Looking at Luo Tian's face that was filled with death, her heart felt like it was about to be torn apart. So much so that even Luo Tian had completely recovered. His body was already warm, and his face was already rosy. Hearing the holy maiden's words, Luo Tian's heart ached when he saw her tears flowing uncontrollably. Life and death calamity? Am I his calamity? At this moment, Luo Tian's heart suddenly sank because he suddenly thought of Shui, of the profound sky continent. If it wasn't for him, Shui wouldn't have had her soul poison flare up, and she wouldn't be unconscious until now. She became like that because of him. Could it be, was he also Shui-er's life and death calamity? At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly hated himself. Sister Shui became a vegetable because of me, and now her life and death are unknown. I can't let her sister be like this again. Absolutely not. Luo Tian, you can let down anyone, but you can't let down Shui-er. Suddenly, Luo Tian pretended to suddenly move his body. Then he controlled his body and coughed loudly. Huff, huff, inhale. He heaved a heavy sigh of relief and suddenly jumped up. He feigned ignorance and asked, "Is the ancient king dead?" The holy maiden stared blankly at Luo Tian. Then she suddenly threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. Luo Tian didn't react at all. His body shook violently as if he had been electrocuted. Luo Tian wanted to slap himself. With the two of them hugging like this, any man would have a reaction. Furthermore, the saintess's body was simply too alluring. Lying on Luo Tian's shoulder, the holy maiden punched Luo Tian's back with her fists as she cried even louder, "It's all because of you. It's all because of you. You scared me. Do you know how worried I was about you? Do you know?" Luo Tian's heart melted. However, his hands were suspended in the air and he didn't hug her. Damn it! What life and death calamity! What calamity! I don't believe in fate. I don't believe in the heavens. I only believe in myself. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly and hugged the holy maiden tightly. He whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." He was going all out. At this time, any man would hug her tightly and comfort her. Luo Tian originally wanted to keep a distance from the holy maiden, but he changed his mind. Humans had to rely on themselves for everything. He believed that man could conquer the heavens. So what if he was the ruler of fate? Luo Tian believed that he could change fate. He hugged the holy maiden tightly in his arms. His eyes were incomparably firm, firm and firm. He silently said in his heart, "Little sister Shui, if you became like that in the profound sky continent because of me, then in the ancient continent, I, Luo Tian, swear with my life that I will never let your sister be in any danger because of me. I will use my life to protect her and you. Wait for me. I will definitely quickly refine the antidote for the soul poison." At this moment, the unswerving determination in Luo Tian's eyes was stronger than ever. The holy maiden seemed to feel that Luo Tian was different. She stopped crying and gently leaned on Luo Tian's shoulder. She hugged Luo Tian. Luo Tian also hugged her. The two of them hugged quietly like this. No one spoke. 10 minutes later. Luo Tian was slightly surprised. At this moment, the holy maiden's face instantly turned red. Her body bounced and quickly shot out. Her speed was extremely fast, like lightning. She picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. Luo Tian was also a little embarrassed. He quickly put on his clothes. No matter how much of a beast he was, it was impossible for him to take down the holy maiden at this time. Moreover, the holy maiden's tears just now made him even more unable to do anything to hurt her. He had to protect her well. Unless she was willing, Luo Tian would definitely not touch a single hair on her head. Luo Tian stood up after putting on his clothes and quickly changed the topic. "I wonder how they are doing outside." At this moment, he couldn't help but open the system to check what the ancient king had dropped. Looking at the devil god set shining with purple light in the space ring, Luo Tian was extremely excited. Then he saw the rainbow divine stone. It dropped, ha ha ha. Nuwa heaven mending stone, ha ha ha. I have to refine it properly. The power of creation is an extremely powerful existence. It can directly kill an emperor realm ranker, right? It was also at this moment Luo Tian saw another blood-colored stone. It was crystal clear, and its entire body was shining with a dense aura. He couldn't help but take it out and place it in his palm. In order to resolve the awkwardness, he deliberately asked the Holy Maiden, "Do you know what this is?" The Saintess glanced over. His expression changed, and he even forgot to breathe. He took a step forward, staring at Luo Tian's palm, and said excitedly, Godhead! The godhood of an ancient monarch. Phoenix Sky Mountain had records of godhoods. She had seen pictures before, so she knew. Right at this moment, the little white dog that had been hidden in the Holy Maiden's interspatial ring suddenly shot out like an arrow. It flew past Luo Tian's palm and snatched the godhead from Luo Tian's palm, begging for monthly votes. Brothers. Chapter 13:15. The godhead landed on the little white dog's paw. Luo Tian and the Holy Maiden were dumbfounded. Ancestor. My little ancestor, put that stone down. You can't eat it. You'll get diarrhea if you eat it. Luo Tian smiled innocently. His smile was full of concern. In his heart, however, he was extremely nervous. Godhead. A rank 1 godhead. It could make a person a rank 1 deity. What if the little white dog ate it? Luo Tian's heart was about to break. The Holy Maiden was also smiling. She said, as if she was coaxing a child, Little White is the most obedient. Can you give that little stone to me?" Both of them were smiling happily. The value of a godhead was unparalleled in the ancient continent. Anyone who swallowed this godhead would become the ruler of the ancient continent. They would be invincible. They would be able to crush those peak sovereigns, the crown prince of the Haijia Empire, and the ancestors of the imperial family. They could do whatever they wanted. Luo Tian didn't want to swallow the godhead himself, but he wanted to give it to his brother. Lu Zhan was a good candidate. If he became a rank 1 deity, he wouldn't have to worry, even if he didn't give it to Fatty. Luo Tian would also choose to give it to Bai Lingling. Yi Yunmeng, his woman, was also a candidate, because he also needed a strong protection. The godhead was undoubtedly the best choice. Looking at the little white dog's innocent and cute smile, looking at Luo Tian and the Holy Maiden, he suddenly raised the godhead. Don't, Little White Be Good. Little ancestor. Their hearts were in their throats, but it was completely useless. Gulp. The godhead fell into Little White's mouth. Crack. Crunching sounds could be heard as if he was chewing on a bone. After a few consecutive crunching sounds, he directly swallowed it into his stomach with a gulp. He burped. Everything happened too fast. Luo Tian and the Saintess looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were instantly dumbfounded. It took him so much effort to kill the ancient king, but the godhead that dropped was eaten by the little white dog. This was heartbreaking. It hurts. After a long while, Luo Tian said, clutching his chest. His heart couldn't take it anymore, and he had the urge to pounce on the little white dog and pry its mouth open, even if he had to get some godhood out of it. Oh my God! He wanted to cry, but had no tears. There was no reaction from Little White even after eating it. Their auras were the same. His body was the same. Everything was the same. There was not the slightest change. There was only one change. It became even more shameless. After eating the godhead, it immediately jumped into the Saintess' arms and rubbed its head against the Saintess' chest. It showed all kinds of fawning smiles and stuck out its little tongue at Luo Tian. His lungs were about to explode. The Saintess also wanted to get angry, but seeing how cute it was, her heart softened. She gently stroked his head and said to Luo Tian, "Now that it's eaten, it's impossible for it to spit it out. Let's forget about it. The old granny told you to take good care of it. If the old granny didn't use her life to open the 6-pointed star formation, we wouldn't have been able to kill the ancient king, right?" Luo Tian had the urge to cry, but since things had already come to this, what could he do? Furthermore, he had promised the old granny that he would take good care of Little White. Seeing Little White looking at him weakly, he sighed and said, "If you want to eat, tell me. I will definitely give it to you. Next time, If you want to eat something, don't snatch it. As long as I have it, I will give it to you." Then, the little white dog stared at the black dragon divine sword in Luo Tian's hand. Luo Tian immediately kept it and said, "I can't digest it if I eat too much." He immediately thought of Two Balls, that foodie. He didn't expect to provoke another foodie today. This guy was even more terrifying. He specifically picked holy artifact to eat and swallowed his divine deity in an instant. Things had come to this. Luo Tian could only be a good person. "Let's leave this place. Kai Lin and the others are still waiting outside," the holy maiden said slightly. And Luo Tian nodded. Just as the two of them were about to leave, the heaven-flipping divine seal that was floating in the air suddenly moved. It floated directly above Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian took a few steps and it followed suit. "What do you mean? You want to follow me?" At this time, Luo Tian did not know that the stone was the heaven-flipping divine seal stone. The holy maiden said, "You have killed the ancient king, and it has also been freed from its tens of thousands of years of suppression. Its mission has been completed, but it doesn't seem to want to leave and wants to follow you. Why don't you bring it with you? This stone has spirituality, and to be able to suppress the ancient king, it is definitely not an ordinary item." The holy maiden explained a few words. Luo Tian also knew in his heart, this stone was definitely not ordinary. He thought that after killing the ancient king, it would also disappear. He didn't expect it to actually follow him. Since that was the case, Luo Tian opened his palm and said, "Fall!" Whoosh! The heaven-flipping divine seal stone obediently landed on Luo Tian's palm. The moment it came into contact with Luo Tian's palm, the stone suddenly changed. Those densely packed tiny runes crawled down the stone like ants and entered Luo Tian's palm. Luo Tian's face was filled with shock. He suddenly flung it away. The stone was firmly stuck to his palm, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. Heaven-flipping divine seal stone. Heavens, it's actually the heaven-reversing godly stone. Don't throw it away. It's recognizing you as its master. The power of the runes on its body will enter your body as it recognizes you as its master. This stone is the source of the ancient continent's birth. It can be said that the ancient continent evolved from the stone. No wonder it could suppress the ancient king. In the ancient continent, its power is even stronger than the rainbow godly stone. Fantasy Fairy was extremely excited. From the moment the heaven-flipping divine seal stone recognized its master, she felt a very ancient power, as if it was the source of power. Luo Tian was also stunned. He wasn't in a hurry to get rid of it. He allowed the heaven-flipping divine seal stone to slowly enter his body. He thought to himself, "What's the use of this stone?" Fantasy Fairy smiled and said, "It's very useful. It can suppress all evil forces. It's simply the nemesis of evil demons. I heard a strange sound in your mind just now. It seems to be some mission to kill evil demons. If I'm not wrong, it should be the resurrection of the demon queen. The ancient king's demon army has all been resurrected. With this heaven-flipping divine seal stone, you don't have to be afraid of any evil demons." Luo Tian glanced at the mission in the system. His eyes shook. Damn, the reward is actually a reincarnation technique. If I cultivate it, won't I be able to resurrect infinitely? Ding! The system sounded out. Heaven-flipping divine seal stone has successfully recognized its master. Let's get some recommendation votes. Brothers, don't forget when you're reading. Chapter 13:16. It had recognized its master. In an instant, the stone in Luo Tian's palm revealed its true form. Dragon Handle Imperial Jade Seal. Below the Imperial Jade Seal was a demon beast that Luo Tian had never seen before. It was incomparably ferocious and had an endless suppressive force. The demon beast's entire body was carved with a kind of ancient rune. The rune characters seemed to be alive, faintly moving, as if they could rush out at any time. This is the source of the ancient continent's power. Luo Tian's heart trembled slightly. The holy maiden looked at the heaven-turning divine seal and was slightly stunned. Then she smiled and said, "I knew it was not an ordinary item. It contains a very powerful force in its body. No wonder it could suppress a demon like the ancient king." She did not know what the heaven-turning divine seal stone was. She did not know what had happened outside. Many places had been covered in rivers of blood. Many towns had fallen. The demons from tens of thousands of years ago had awakened and were slaughtering this continent. Luo Tian looked at the holy maiden and did not explain. He smiled and said, "Well, now it has recognized its master. Return." The heaven-turning divine seal on his palm disappeared. "Appear." When the heaven-turning divine seal stone appeared in his palm again, Luo Tian was secretly happy and asked in his heart, "Fantasy girl, I can't see the attributes of this heaven-turning divine seal stone. Is it really as powerful as you said?" Luo Tian tried to use the system to check the attributes of the heaven-turning divine seal stone, but he could not see anything. Fantasy Fairy said, "Big idiot, of course it's true. Legend has it that the ancient continent was created by an almighty saint from this stone. It is the source of this world's power. But after all these years, the ancient world has its own spatial laws and various other laws. It is no longer the source of this world's power. However, it is still very powerful. Not only can it help you suppress evil spirits, it can also help you strengthen your physical body. When the time comes, you will know its benefits." Now, Fantasy Fairy giggled and said, "Now I'm not worried that your body can't take it anymore. With it, no matter how powerful your body is, it won't be on the verge of death like before." Luo Tian was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask any more questions. Fantasy Fairy would not lie to him. Since she said that she could help him strengthen his physical body, it must be very useful. "My physical body is now at level 6. I'm just short of death grade before I can use the Dragon God Forbidden technique to transform into a dragon." Luo Tian was inwardly excited. He was looking forward to this day. He looked at the holy maiden and said, "Let's go out. Don't let them wait for too long." Outside the cave, Black Moon was invisible. He was extremely excited. Success! He actually succeeded. The prophecy was right, ha ha ha. "Brat, hurry up and come out. The rainbow divine stone is mine. All the treasures on you are mine, ha ha ha." Black Moon's blood was boiling. He could already see himself becoming the ancient sovereign. He wanted to see himself become the strongest king of this continent. "Hurry up and come out, ha ha ha." He could not wait any longer. In the space-time rift above Panga Mountain Range, Huang Fu didn't stop searching. "Where? Luo Tian, is that you? The people from the Holy See are all here. Where is it?" He was looking for Luo Tian everywhere. When he saw that the sky above Panga Mountain Range was suddenly covered by dark clouds, tens of thousands of demons came out, heaven and earth shook, and the demonic aura spread for millions of kilometers. Huang Fuju's heart suddenly tightened. He had checked the historical records. He knew that the ancient king was suppressed in Pangu Cave. However, even he did not have the confidence to enter Pangu Cave. He did not expect. Someone actually accepted this mission, and this person was most likely Luo Tian. For 1,000 points, Luo Tian took the risk. This Huang Fuju was incomparably worried. At the same time, he was also incomparably anxious. As the leader of the Central Continent sects, Cloud Mist College was definitely in chaos at this moment. Tens of thousands of demons came out and heaven and earth shook. At this moment, he had to gather everyone to resist. The most important thing was, he had to be present. Where is he, brat? His mind continued to search, but he still couldn't sense any Luo Tian's aura. Even the aura of that expert from the Holy See seemed to have disappeared in an instant. This gave Huang Fuju a bad premonition. In Panga Cave, "Boss, ha ha, you finally came out. The ancient king must have been killed by you." With tears in his eyes, Lu Zhan pounced forward and hugged Luo Tian fiercely. When he saw the two of them walking out, he immediately went up to them. Kailin was also excited. The knights behind her were even more excited. Lord Luo Tian, you are really too strong. Ha ha ha, from today onwards, you are my only idol. I admire you so much. Everyone in the Paladin Legion admired Luo Tian. He could still escape unscathed when facing the ancient king. At this moment, Luo Tian smiled faintly. He took out a stone that was shining with a strange light and handed it to Kylie. He said seriously, "This is the Rainbow Divine Stone. Take it." There was no reluctance at all. There was no hesitation at all. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. Everyone was stunned. The Rainbow Divine Stone contained the power of creation. If it was completely refined, it would possess unparalleled power. However, Luo Tian did not hesitate to give it to someone else. Kylie was stunned. At the same time, her body trembled slightly. Luo Tian smiled and said, "This is your bargaining chip to return to the Eurasian continent. Even if the Holy See wants to make things difficult for you, the royal family of the Eurasian continent will protect you. Kylie, this is my promise to you from the very beginning. This is what you deserve." At this moment, Kylie looked at Luo Tian seriously. Suddenly, she knelt down on one knee. Swish, swish, the 15 paladins behind her did the same. They all knelt down on one knee. "I am Kylie. I am Kylie. I am Jack." All the paladins reported their names. With one hand on their chest, they looked at Luo Tian with admiration. Then they said in unison, "I will always be loyal to you. I will never betray you. If I break my promise, my soul will be swallowed by darkness forever." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Kylie Paladin Squad for Intimacy +10, reaching 100%. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for recruiting Golden Paladin Squad, for obtaining experience points and Elemental Chi 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Paladin Squad. You will receive half of the experience that the Paladin Squad kills. As expected, Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. Half of the experience, I'll be rich in the future. Ha ha ha! Then, Luo Tian also said seriously, "From today onwards, you are my brothers, the closest people to me, Luo Tian. No matter what happens in the future, I will do my best to protect all of you." He finally got it. Next step, out of the cave sweep. Thank you, brothers, for your support. The old cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 13:17. The ancient king had been dealt with. He had leveled up 3 times in a row. Although the divine deity that dropped was eaten by Little White and there was no reaction, it still dropped after all. Then there was Rainbow Divine Stone, Heaven Turning Divine Seal Stone, and a set of Demon God set. Any one of these things could make anyone jealous. Then there was, along the way, Karen and her Paladin Legion were completely convinced by Luo Tian. They were extremely loyal to Luo Tian. This way, Luo Tian's harvest from this trip was incomparably rich. It was unimaginable. Now there was only a little left. The Beast Tamer on the first floor of Panga Cave, and the Black Moon Sect Master, who was hiding in the dark. Rest for a while. Go out later, Luo Tian instructed, and immediately said to Fantasy Fairy in his heart, "It's time to get rid of the remaining Black Moon aura on my body." Fantasy Fairy had reminded him from the beginning. The reason why Luo Tian did not get rid of the Black Moon aura on his body was to wait until now. Fantasy Fairy said, "No problem." With a thought, a force directly cleared away the Black Moon aura. Fantasy Fairy clapped her hands and said, "Done!" Luo Tian, what's your plan? You now have the Rainbow Divine Stone and the Heaven Turning Divine Seal Stone in your body. One has the power of creation, and the other has the superpower to suppress all evil. However, these 2 powers probably won't be of any use against the Emperor Realm Black Moon. This was what she was worried about. After all, Luo Tian's current cultivation was only at the second level of myriad illusions, which was worlds apart from the Emperor realm. He was still not a match for Black Moon. Right, I forgot to tell you. The ancient tree absorbed the soul power of the ancient king and became a towering tree in a short period of time. You can use the ancient power now, but your current cultivation is unable to fully unleash the ancient power. So even with the ancient power, you are still not a match for Black Moon. Fantasy Fairy reminded. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. Just now he had been on the brink of death, so he didn't have the mind to care about anything else. When Fantasy Fairy said this, she was overjoyed. She immediately looked at it and saw a towering tree standing between the heavens and the earth. It was as if it was connected to the heavens and the earth, and its entire body exuded an incomparably vigorous power. Has it taken shape? Luo Tian muttered to himself. Fantasy Fairy shook her head and said, Not yet. The ancient tree is still a little bit away from being truly cultivated. It can only release less than 1% of its power now. That's why I said that even if the ancient tree explodes with all its power, it still won't be a match for Black Moon. A little more. Right now, the ancient tree needs to absorb 100,000 points of vitality to maintain its life. You have to be prepared. The tree was too big. In the past, it was 100,000 every 3 days. Now, it was 100,000 every day. This consumption, Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue. This is going to suck me dry. Thank goodness. Kill the ancient king and drop 10 million essence energy points. Otherwise, it would really be tough. Luo Tian said, I know, I'm still thinking of a way to deal with Black Moon. Fantasy Fairy was worried. Catherine and the Saintess were also worried. Luo Tian told them to rest. Catherine and her Paladin Legion were not in the mood to rest at all. They were all discussing in low voices how to deal with Black Moon. The ancient king had weaknesses and bugs, but Black Moon did not. It was impossible for him to give Luo Tian any blind spots. Luo Tian looked at their worried expressions and said faintly, Don't worry, you are now my people. I will definitely think of a way to deal with Black Moon, no matter what price I have to pay. At this moment, he thought of a deal. The Rainbow Divine Stone was indeed very strong and had the power of creation. However, to himself, Luo Tian would still choose the Paladin Legion. Not only did he like it, but it was also because along the way, Luo Tian really needed such a Paladin Legion. This was because he wanted to create an extraordinary force. Catherine and her Paladin Legion were essential. Therefore, if Black Moon was willing, he would really use the Rainbow Divine Stone to exchange. Half an hour later, Luo Tian got up and said, Let's go. Outside the Panga Cave, Black Moon's face darkened. What's going on? My aura has mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that Luo Tian has discovered me? Impossible. How could a trash like him discover the Emperor's aura that I left on his body? Even Catherine couldn't discover it. How could he? The Emperor's aura was very strong. Without this aura, his idea would not be able to transmit over, and he would not be able to find the movements of Luo Tian and the others. This made Black Moon a little anxious. However, he wasn't worried because he was very clear that there was only one exit to the Panga Cave. No matter what, Luo Tian had to come out from this cave. If they didn't come out, even if he had to wait for 10 years, he would still wait. The power of the Rainbow Divine Stone was too tempting. You dog, let's see how long you can drag it out, hee. Black Moon's eyes turned sinister as he quietly lurked, waiting for his prey to come out of the cave. The exit from the second floor to the first floor. Huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath and said, I'll go out first, you guys follow closely behind me. Remember, don't start a war with Black Moon, and don't fight with the Imperial Beast Tamer. None of us are their match. Just based on strength, Luo Tian and the others together were no match for Black Moon. The Emperor realm was different from other realms. Even if it was just a little bit higher, it would still be an absolute, crushing existence. Everyone nodded. They didn't have any other good ideas right now. The holy maiden looked at Luo Tian and reminded him softly, "Be careful." Luo Tian smiled, nodded, and said, "N." Lu Zhan was stunned, looking at the holy maiden and then at Luo Tian. His eyes flashed with admiration, and he thought to himself, "Damn, the boss is the boss. The holy maiden took him down so easily. This is too sharp. Brother Sharp, the perfect Brother Sharp." Karen was also slightly taken aback. However, then she grinned. Luo Tian took a step forward. Although the passageway was sealed by the thorny runes, it did not prevent the people below from leaving. It could only prevent the people outside from entering. The moment Luo Tian walked out, his body was directly surrounded by thorns. The rune thorns turned into sharp arrows and shot towards Luo Tian like 10,000 arrows, piercing through the heart. Luo Tian's face was filled with shock. His heart trembled slightly, and the idea moved out. Buzz! The heaven-turning divine, seal stone, suddenly appeared in Luo Tian's palm. Immediately after, those runic thorns rapidly retreated as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't have the slightest bit of power. They turned into little flowers and grass, gently swaying as if they were welcoming Luo Tian. F***CK. Is this the power of the heaven-turning divine seal stone? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. When he looked up to look for the imperial beast tamer, his eyes were lifeless. There were still chapters at night. Chapter 1318. Luo Tian couldn't believe the scene in front of him. 16 peak 9th order werewolf monster beasts. An old beast tamer holding a beast tamer scepter. All of them were kneeling on one knee in front of Luo Tian. This was unimaginable. Luo Tian's brain short-circuited and he couldn't react. Looking at the beast tamer at the front, he couldn't help but say, "You." The beast tamer old man's eyes were sincere as he said seriously, "It was you who freed our guardian clan. It was you who killed the ancient king. The old granny was willing to give up her life for you. She placed everything on you. You didn't disappoint her. Obtain the rainbow divine stone. Obtain the ancient continent's supreme treasure, the heaven-turning divine seal stone. There's a very ancient legend in my clan. It is said that whoever can obtain these two things at the same time must be the benefactor of the Guardian clan, and also the person that the Guardian clan must protect. After tens of thousands of years of inheritance, the Guardian clan's strength is not as strong as before. Now, I am the only one left in the Guardian clan. Today, you have eliminated the ancient king, and you have also freed me. Once, I told myself that no matter who it is, as long as they can kill the ancient king, they will be my new master. Master." As soon as he finished speaking, the beast tamer old man knelt down heavily and kowtowed heavily. Everything happened too quickly. Half a day ago, he was still trying to stop him, but now he was kneeling in front of him. Everything happened too quickly. However, Luo Tian didn't doubt the beast tamer old man, because Luo Tian could see the sincerity in his eyes. If the beast tamer old man submitted to him, then dealing with Black Moon, Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and said, "Get up!" "Thank you, master." The beast tamer old man didn't have the attitude of an Emperor Realm Master at all. He looked humble and didn't feel that it was shameful for an Emperor Realm Master to call Luo Tian, who was in the Myriad Illusion Realm, his master. At this time, Catherine and her paladins came out. The Saintess walked out. Lu Zhan also walked out. They were all shocked by everything in front of them. What's going on? Damn, there are so many werewolf demonic beasts. He's kneeling before Luo Tian? Wow, what the hell happened? Lord Luo Tian is mighty. Everyone started talking at once. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "From today onwards, he is also one of us." "Huh. Boss, he's from the Guardian clan. What's wrong?" Lu Zhan asked worriedly. After all, he had just killed 3 paladins and stopped them from going down. How did they suddenly become his allies? Especially Catherine. All her emotions were written all over her face. He hated the beast tamer elder. However, she didn't say a word because she was now following Luo Tian. Everything depended on Luo Tian. The saintess reminded him softly, "He killed a few holy knights just now. You should discuss with us before doing anything." Indeed, Luo Tian frowned slightly and looked at Catherine. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Kai Lin said, "Everyone has their own mission. He also wants to protect the ancient king and Pangu Cave. You don't need to say anything to me. I've said it before. Whatever you say, whatever you do, no matter what, we will obey without hesitation." This was them. Luo Tian's heart trembled slightly and turned to look at the beast tamer elder. The beast tamer elder immediately apologized. "I apologize for your sacrifice. No matter what my mission is, I did kill your people." As compensation, the beast tamer's scepter moved slightly. The eyes of the werewolf demonic beasts behind him flashed with a strange light. "Your mounts are all dead. How can you be called paladins without mounts? From today onwards, these werewolf demonic beasts will be your mounts. They will make you stronger. Please accept them because this is the only thing I can give you." The beast tamer elder said sincerely. This time, Catherine was slightly shocked. The same was true for her group members. It was undeniable that everyone's eyes flashed with excitement. Werewolf mounts. This was something they had never thought of before. When they were fighting the werewolves just now, they had this thought in their hearts. With that kind of powerful physique, that kind of charging power, if combined with them, their strength would more than double. Perhaps an entire team of werewolf mounts would be able to kill an Emperor Realm Master. Everyone in the Golden Paladin Regiment was very excited. However, none of them were as excited as Luo Tian. Luo Tian was trembling with excitement. Without waiting for Catherine to speak, he took the lead and said, "Catherine, just accept him." Catherine nodded and said, "All right." The beast tamer elder's body relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he muttered an incantation, and void runes flashed on the beast tamer scepter. These runes bound the werewolf demonic beasts, and then he said, "Each of you choose one and drip your blood essence on their heads. Then you will sign a contract with these werewolf demonic beasts. They will be loyal to you forever, and they will use their bodies to protect you." Luo Tian looked at the numerous golden paladins and nodded heavily. They walked forward step by step. They did as the beast tamer elder said. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" The werewolves began to roar, and their powerful physiques burst forth. That kind of pure strength was terrifying. Seeing them sign a contract with the werewolves one by one, Luo Tian couldn't help but reveal an envious look. "I also want one. Can you give me one?" The beast tamer elder said, "Master, the old granny left Little White for you. Its strength is not even 100 of these werewolves' match. These werewolf demonic beasts are not worthy of you." Huh. Luo Tian looked at the little white dog that was sleeping soundly in the Holy Maiden's embrace and said with a bitter face, "I really can't see how he's strong. I'm about to cry from being eaten by him." Then Luo Tian asked again, "You can control demonic beasts. How many of these werewolf demonic beasts do you have?" The beast tamer elder was startled and asked, "How many do you want?" How could a paladin legion be enough? If he could create a huge paladin legion that was completely composed of stage 9 demonic beasts, he would definitely be able to sweep through the continent and crush Haijia. Thinking of that kind of scene, Luo Tian's blood began to boil, and he said, "The more the better." The beast tamer elder laughed. "If that's the case, then I can give you as many as you want. I am not only a beast tamer, I am also a demon beast cultivator. These werewolves were all nurtured by me. We're rich. We're really rich this time. Ha ha ha." Luo Tian had picked up a treasure, and his blood was boiling as he thought to himself, "Ha ha ha." I never thought that something that I couldn't even achieve in the game would be realized here. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Those who have monthly votes, don't forget. Chapter 1319. In the game in his previous life, Luo Tian had always wanted to have his own power. He had led a group, but they were all for others. He had become number 1 in the server, but it was also to help others level up. This was not a game, and he had never treated it as a game. However, the dream of the game in his previous life had always existed in his heart. The admiration of Kylie and her golden paladin made him see hope. With the addition of the beast tamer old man, the embryonic form of a super powerful troop in his heart began to appear. Werewolf, war cavalry, paladin army, that scene of 1,000,000 troops at this moment. Luo Tian was still happy. The beast tamer old man looked at Luo Tian's excited expression and said humbly, "Master, what are you thinking about?" Luo Tian said seriously, "Don't call me master. What is your name?" It was always a bit awkward to be called master. Everyone was equal. At least for Luo Tian it was like that. Whether it was his own subordinates, women, or even war pets, Luo Tian treated them all equally. The beast tamer old man said, "Master, you can call me Old Black." Luo Tian said, "Uncle Black, I need to form a huge paladin army. I need a large number of war horses. The higher the level, the better. If their level is not at the 9th step, having the level of a 7th-step monster is also fine. Build an army?" Old Black was slightly stunned. The other people around were also secretly stunned. Especially Kylie and her paladin army. They all looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not hide it and said, "Maybe you guys don't know, and it's my fault for not making clear. My enemy is very strong. For the current me, he is indeed very strong. He is the strongest family in the central state, Haijia. Haijia is the strongest family in the central state. If I want to go against them, I need to have my own forces. Kylie, I need you and your paladin army to cultivate a paladin army for me." Luo Tian directly said. Letting them hunt demonic beasts to help him gain experience was only one reason. The more important reason was that they were very useful. Karen faintly smiled and said, "Paladins are born for battle. I don't know how strong the Fair family you are talking about is, but I'm looking forward to the day when I have a decisive battle with them, because I will bring thousands of paladins and crush them. All hail the guild leader. Leader is so domineering. Ha ha ha. Lord Luo Tian, our commander has always dreamed of having a huge Holy Knight army. Just like her father, she wants to lead an army of tens of thousands of Holy Knights and sweep across the continent. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ha ha ha. That scene must be very beautiful." Luo Tian looked at the beast tamer elder and said, "Half of a paladin's strength depends on their mounts. The mounts I need don't have to have strong attacks. They only need to meet 2 points, fast speed and strong defense. The true strength of a paladin lies in the charge. Speed determines the strength of the charge." Old Black smiled. "No problem, leave it to me. I can easily cultivate these demonic beasts. I can provide as many as you want." Ha ha ha, this was definitely not fake. He was the strongest beast tamer in the Guardian clan. More so, the only beast tamer in the continent. Luo Tian was secretly excited. He said seriously, "Thank you, Lord Luo Tian, Master." Although his dream had not been realized. However, he had already taken a big step. Luo Tian's heart could not calm down for a long time. "I will tell you all the details after we leave Panga Mountain," Luo Tian said. Then he said, "We are now left with the last boss." "Boss? What is a boss?" a paladin asked. Luo Tian looked at the entrance of the cave. Black Moon. Karen's face darkened slightly as her brows furrowed. The other paladins were the same. Their expressions were solemn. They knew very well how strong the Black Moon was. At the same time, they hated the Black Moon to the core. but they also had to thank him. This was because he was the one who allowed them to see clearly and also allowed them to find Luo Tian. Of course, even if it wasn't for Luo Tian's intentional design, they would have been killed by the Black Moon. Karen clenched her fists tightly and said, "It's time to take revenge on him. It's time to put an end to this." Old Black said, "That expert from the Vatican left the cave after you left. I reckon that he should be waiting for you near the entrance of the cave. When he started fighting with me, he probably didn't even use half of his strength." And Old Black's expression was a little awkward as he said, "After leaving this cave, I won't be able to bypass these rune thorns. The stage 9 monster that I summoned won't be his match at all. Although my realm is at the Emperor realm, I specialize in beast taming. I am indeed not as good as him in terms of fighting, but I will definitely do my best to protect you." The Holy Maiden also said, slightly, "The Black Moon is not easy to deal with. I know a bit about the experts of the Eurasian Vatican from the Phoenix Sky Mountain. He should be considered one of the top 10 experts of the Vatican, especially since he has a very mysterious and powerful bloodline power. As for what kind of bloodline it is, even our Phoenix Sky Mountain doesn't know." Karen also shook her head and said, "We don't know either. The feeling he gives me is that he is everywhere. In the Vatican, his position is very important. He is one of the most capable assistants of the Pope and is also known as the right hand of the darkness." Luo Tian was silent for a few minutes. Then he took out the divine void mirror. With a light shine, another identical version of himself appeared in front of him. Everyone was slightly shocked. "Do you know what is one-wave flow?" Luo Tian moved and said, "The Black Moon is very strong, but what does he need this time? Rainbow divine stone, so this is his weakness. As long as there is a weakness, it will be easy to deal with. In a moment, I will let my fake body go out first, and then I will release a cultivation technique to make him faint for half a second. At this time, all the attacks will be crushed, and even if he doesn't die, he will become crippled, even if he is an Emperor Realm super ranker. One-wave flow. Lord Luo Tian, he is the Black Moon. Can you make him faint for half a second?" Lu Zhan laughed out loud and said, "Boss's words are never wrong." Karen frowned and said slightly, "If you can make him faint, the charge of the 15 of us knights will definitely trample him. Together with our werewolf war cavalry, we will definitely be able to heavily injure him." The beast tamer old man also said, "After your knight's charge, I will let my natal demon, Beast, blast him to the point where he won't be able to get up from the ground. And my ice arrows, I can also help attack." In an instant, everyone was ignited. Luo Tian grinned excitedly and said, "All right, then today I will teach you all what one-wave flow is. There will be another chapter at around 11 o'clock. Brothers, please support the original reading. QQ Reading, Qijian Chinese Network, can search for this book. Your support is the old cow's greatest motivation. Chapter 1320. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At the entrance of Penga's cave, Luo Tian stood there and looked around. Suddenly, a few arrogant laughs rang out. "Kid, you've finally come out. It seems that even the beast tamer of the Guardian clan couldn't take you down. Amazing, as expected of the prophecy." Black Moon's figure instantly appeared, with a smug smile on his face. Looking at Luo Tian, it was as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. His appearance caused Luo Tian to be secretly shocked. He appeared out of thin air. Did he come out of the void? It didn't look like it. Was it his mysterious bloodline? At this moment, Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. He stood at the entrance of the cave and revealed a fawning smile. "Sir Black Moon, who are you waiting for?" While they were talking, Luo Tian walked out. Black Moon said excitedly, "Of course, I'm waiting for you." "Kid, seeing that you are the one in the prophecy, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Hand over the rainbow divine stone and the treasures of the ancient king, and I will spare your life." Black Moon's eyes were filled with contempt. He didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. A dignified Emperor Realm powerhouse naturally wouldn't put a myriad illusion realm cultivator in his eyes. Luo Tian said, "What if I don't hand it over?" Black Moon's eyes shook, and a strong aura flashed from under his black robe. The aura directly blew the grass and trees around him, and he said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you don't hand it over. The Rainbow Divine Stone is on you anyway. As long as I kill you, I can still get the Rainbow Divine Stone. However, you'd better hand it over yourself." Because he had never seen the Rainbow Divine Stone before. Luo Tian moved his right hand and took out the Rainbow Divine Stone from his space ring and said, "This is the Rainbow Divine Stone. Don't you want it?" Black Moon's eyes flashed as he stared at the stone in Luo Tian's hand. He could clearly feel an unprecedented power. His pupils moved, and he said, "Leave it to me. Come and take it." Luo Tian stretched out his hand. Black Moon looked at Luo Tian seriously. "You're not plotting something, are you?" He didn't step forward immediately. However, half a second after he finished speaking, he suddenly laughed wildly and said, "Trash like you. So what if you have a conspiracy? Even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, you are still no match for me. The Phoenix Holy Maiden and that group of bullshit paladins, all of you together are no match for me." He was very arrogant. He was also confident enough. This kind of confidence and arrogance came from his absolute suppression of the Emperor realm. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Yeah, what are you afraid of? Come and get it." Black Moon's eyes turned ferocious as she stepped forward. Almost instantly he landed beside Luo Tian, staring at the Rainbow Divine Stone in Luo Tian's hand. His expression became slightly nervous. He took the Rainbow Divine Stone and excitedly said, "Rainbow Divine Stone, the power of creation, I finally got it. Ha ha ha. I finally. Suddenly, the stone in his hand was just an illusion. The Rainbow Divine Stone was still in Luo Tian's palm. Black Moon was immediately enraged. "You actually dare to play with me. I think you're courting death." Suddenly, with a flip of his palm, an incomparably dense force instantly descended. Bam! Luo Tian's body was directly smashed to the ground. His head was bleeding, his internal organs, and all the bones in his body were shattered. "Humph! I gave you face, but you didn't want it." Black Moon coldly glanced at Luo Tian, who was lying on the ground. Although he didn't use his full strength, however, it was more than enough to kill a Luo Tian who was in the Myriad Illusions realm. In this situation, Luo Tian was already dead. Just as he bent down to pick up the Rainbow Divine Stone on the ground, a figure appeared in front of him. He raised his eyes, slightly frowned, and then looked at the corpse on the ground. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he laughed coldly. The killing intent became incomparably strong. He did not pick up the Rainbow Divine Stone on the ground, but looked at Luo Tian, who was at the entrance of the cave, and said, "I didn't expect you to have this kind of ability. This should be your clone. The Rainbow Divine Stone is also fake, right?" Indeed, the one just now was the clone that walked out of the Divine Void Mirror. Ding! Target locked. Luo Tian instantly locked onto Black Moon. Then he smiled and said, "Your church's god prophesied that I would obtain the 7-colored Paragon Stone. Then did your church's god prophesy that you would die in my hands?" "Ha ha ha, just you? A piece of trash dares to say such words in front of me. If it wasn't for the fact that you have the Rainbow Divine Stone on you, you would have died in front of me just like your clone." Black Moon laughed maniacally and said, "Hand over the Rainbow Divine Stone, and then I will let you die a little more honorably." Luo Tian moved his right hand and said, "Come and get it." At this moment, the idea moved and shouted out heavily, "Get ready! Kylie, your order of knights can begin to attack." In the deepest part of Pengu Cave, a row of peak stage 9 incomparably valiant werewolf transformed into a 2-meter tall giant wolf. The fur on their bodies was like steel needles, Their eyes were filled with primitive savagery, and their bodies emitted a dense aura, causing people to be extremely fearful. Kylie pulled out her sword, pointed at the entrance of the cave, and waved it fiercely and said, "Attack!" The 15 werewolf war cavalry moved at the same time. "Start! Speed up! Charge out!" Outside the cave. Luo Tian laughed. "I'll give you a chance to live now. Kneel down and sing Conquer. Then scram out of Panga Mountain Range, return to your Vatican, and never step foot into the Central Continent. I'm generous enough, right? You're courting death." Luo Tian's killing intent rose. His body was at a phantom, and his speed was as fast as jumping as he rushed to Luo Tian's side. It was also at this time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Panga Mountain Range suddenly shook violently. It was like a huge earthquake. Black Moon also suddenly stopped, looking at the Pangu cave behind Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed. "Do you know what that sound is?" At this moment, Luo Tian was very nervous, extremely nervous, because the distance between Black Moon and him was too close, so close that Black Moon could instantly kill him before Kylie could rush out. And Luo Tian had to make Black Moon faint the moment Kylie rushed out of the cave. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time. Black Moon sneered and said, "What kind of sound can it be? Isn't it the attack of Kylie's paladin regiment? Do you think that group of trash can stop me? Kid, are they the ones you rely on? Then this is too weak." As soon as he finished, Black Moon's pupils suddenly shrank, and he said in shock, Black Moon! Go to hell. Kill." Kylie rushed out of the cave with his paladin. Black Moon laughed coldly and said, "So what if you change your mounts? You can't even get close to me." Light barrier. A light shield barrier was about to be released. If it was released like this, Kylie's paladin regiment would immediately crash into an iron plate and be disintegrated in an instant. However, Luo Tian released his divine fire and suddenly roared, "I'll send you to the Western Paradise in one wave." Brothers, please search for this book on the QQ Reading Qidian Chinese Network. The old cow is extremely grateful. In addition, brothers, if we can reach 100 monthly votes tomorrow, the day after tomorrow Dragon Boat Festival, the old cow will explode with 5 chapters to report to everyone. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Chapter 1321. As soon as his voice fell, divine fire, boom. His palm moved. The divine fire blasted out, attacking Black Moon's light barrier the moment it fell. Black Moon sneered, "You think this kind of fire attack can hurt me? Brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Black Moon didn't pay any attention to this flame. He didn't even spare it a glance. As long as he released the radiant barrier, Karen and her paladins wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. They would all be blocked by the barrier. Then, he would be able to kill them one by one, like slaughtering chickens and dogs. But he was wrong. When he sneered proudly, that inconspicuous flame fell. His body suddenly stiffened, and the light barrier seemed to be stuck in a place. Even he himself fainted. This was fatal for an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Skill interrupted, causing fainting. Luo Tian roared, "That's what you get for being so arrogant. How dare you act tough in front of me? You should consider the consequences. Kill." Luo Tian also drew his long sword and waved it. Karen's golden knights behind him instantly arrived. Cross Earth Slash, Holy Spear Assault, Sky Slash, Earth Secret Technique. Skills were displayed one after another. With the incomparably powerful charge of the werewolves, it could be said that they were constantly crushing and trampling on Black Moon's body. Luo Tian saw with his own eyes that bright red numbers kept floating above his head. All of them were above 50,000 damage. "Damn it! You dare to be arrogant in front of me?" Luo Tian said excitedly, not giving Black Moon a chance to react. "Fatty!" "Understood." A fat figure walked out, drew his bow, and shot out an incomparably thick ice arrow. Have a taste of Grandpa Fatty's ice arrow. As long as this arrow hits, it doesn't matter if you're an Emperor Realm powerhouse or a God Realm powerhouse. Your speed will be slowed down by me. The werewolf's charge was really too powerful, especially the peak of the 9th rank werewolves. The aura they released increased the strength of each of the Golden Knights. As a result, Black Moon fainted again. Swish! The arrow pierced through the air and came crashing down. Bang! The arrow exploded in Black Moon's chest and turned into a pile of ice crystal powder. Black Moon's body seemed to be frozen. Her body swayed as if she couldn't stand properly. Mysterious maiden, swordsmanship, death beat. Swish, swish! A streak of white light flashed from Black Moon's white sword as it approached, following which, the streak of white light danced in the air like a waltz as it danced back and forth above Black Moon's head. The streak of white light was so fast that it was a blur to the eyes. Every time the streak of white light attacked, a frightening damage number would rise above Black Moon's head. You motley crew, do you think you can kill me like this? I am an Emperor Realm Supermaster. You pieces of trash, all of you, Black Moon roared. After being attacked consecutively without a chance to counterattack, the anger in his heart burned madly. After the Saintess attacked, he could no longer hold himself back, and a powerful Emperor Realm aura burst out from his body. It was filled with boundless killing intent. Tens of thousands of kilometers were shrouded in a powerful killing array. However, before he could make a move, the sky suddenly darkened. All the werewolves began to growl in a low voice, their eyes filled with fear. Black Moon raised her eyes slightly. F***CK. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Panga Mountain range was shaking violently. He saw a huge but pressed down from the sky. In another place, Beast Tamer Old Black said excitedly, "Little Black, turn him into meat paste for me." The so-called Little Black. It was a glutton that looked like a panda hugging a huge bamboo tree. But was so big that it could crush an incomparably hard mountain into powder. A little more. Xiao Hei's realm had already reached the Emperor realm. He took a few steps back uncontrollably. Luo Tian's eyes also widened. F***CK, how fierce is this but? Beast Tamer Old Black laughed. This is my natal monster beast. From the first day I started cultivating Beast Tamer, it was the first monster beast I nurtured. After so many years, it can be considered to have stepped into the Emperor realm. Ha ha ha! Boom! Dust raged. Waves of air were stirred up. The air wave overturned the surrounding towering trees, and there was a huge pit under his butt. This guy scratched the itch on his butt, tore the bamboo in his hand, and put it in his mouth to chew. His face was naive, without the slightest bit of killing intent, let alone the domineering aura of a great perfection stage monster beast. Is he dead? Beast Tamer Old Black asked. Luo Tian had been staring at Black Moon just now, but Little Black's body was too huge, so he couldn't see the HP bar on his head. As for whether he was dead or not, he really didn't know, but he didn't sense the aura on Black Moon's body. Suddenly, Fantasy Fairy suddenly reminded, "On the right, he's coming." There was nothing on the right. However, at this time, Luo Tian completely believed in Fantasy Fairy. God Explosion, Moon Shadow Step. His attributes increased, and his speed increased to the limit. He instantly flew out. "Brat, you can go to hell." Black Moon's extremely angry voice came out, but he couldn't see his figure. It wasn't because his speed was too fast, but because he had released his stealth bloodline. He couldn't even sense his aura. If it wasn't for Fantasy Fairy, Luo Tian would have already died. Holy **T. Luo Tian cursed and thought to himself, "How can I fight if I can't see?" The little white dog in the Holy Maiden's arms had a serious look in its eyes. It bared its small fangs and let out a low bark. The Holy Maiden asked, "Your master is in danger. If you have a way to deal with him, then do it. Little White stood up slightly. However, before he could make a move, all of a sudden, a deep voice pierced through the air and rang out. Luo Tian, protect your heart and gather all your strength. I can make him reveal his true body. It was Huang Fuju's voice. After he sensed the extremely strong aura, he instantly tore through space and time and quickly rushed over. Luo Tian's heart sank. Ancient tree, ancient power, heaven-flipping divine seal, heaven-flipping power, rainbow divine stone, power of creation. Kill him for me. Yesterday, Old Cow had a low fever and was dizzy, so he really couldn't update. Old Cow would have updated today after reaching 100 monthly votes, but not to mention 100. He didn't even have half of it. Old Cow's glass heart had shattered into pieces, and this wasn't even a big deal. Old Cow's chrysanthemum had exploded. Just 3 votes short, Old Cow begged for 3 votes to explode back to chrysanthemum. Today, I will update at least 3 chapters to make up for yesterday's sick leave. I will also update tomorrow. Please support me. Chapter 1322. At the critical moment, Huang Fuju arrived. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian released all his power without the slightest scruple. In an instant, space-time bind. A deep voice rang in the air. He Yu's expression suddenly changed. He raised his eyes slightly. Space-time bloodline Huang Fujiu, before he could finish his words. His body suddenly stopped moving. He was directly bound by a powerful space-time crushing force. He Yu's expression became even uglier. His face was pale as he said in a deep voice, I am the black-robed, great hierarch of the Vatican, the right protector of the Pope. Huang Fuju, if you dare to touch a single hair of mine, the Pope will not let you go. Eurasia will not let your central continent off either. He doesn't dare. I dare. Luo Tian's power had already swelled to the peak. His face was full of arrogance. Lie down. Kill. With a move of his arms, he directly condensed his power into a giant saber and slammed it towards He Yu's head. He Yu's body trembled slightly. You think a trash like you can kill me? He didn't believe it. Luo Tian was indeed special, but his realm was only in the myriad illusion realm. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to have the power to kill an Emperor Realm Master. As long as Huang Fuju attacked, he didn't have to worry about anyone. However, the world changed color. Space distorted. Everything around him became strange. It was like the end of the world. He Yu's face was moving, his body was faintly bending, his robe was blowing, his hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely pale. He stared at the giant saber in the air with a trace of fear in his eyes. No, you can't kill me. I am the black-robed great hierarch. I am the Pope's protector. If you kill my central continent, you will have to pay the price in blood. Huang Fuju, quickly stop him, quickly. He was scared. He had never been so scared. Even when facing the Pope, he didn't feel this way. Death. It made everyone feel fear. Die. Rumble, rumble, a thunderous sound exploded in Pangu Mountain Range, as if the earth was being blasted apart. Black Moon. His body was directly smashed into smithereens by this power. Not even a single bone was left behind. A long ravine appeared where he had been standing. It was as deep as 1,000 meters, and it was so long that one could not see the end of it. It formed a dangerous peak. This power, it was heaven-defying. Luo Tian was inwardly shocked as he muttered to himself. Mother asterisk cur, 180 million damage. This is heaven-defying. Fantasy Fairy giggled and said, That's nothing. As long as you cultivate any of the 3 powers of the Rainbow Divine Stone, the Overturning Divine Stone and the Ancient Tree to the Peak, it will be easy for you to kill an Emperor Realm Master. The power of creation, the power of heaven overturning, and the power of antiquity. Every power was a heaven-defying existence, especially the first 2, They were the most ancient forces since the ancient continent was born. However, it would take a lot of time to refine the power of creation from the rainbow divine stone. The ancient king had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, but he still couldn't completely refine it. Even the overturning heaven divine seal's evil suppressing power was the same. It was incomparably difficult to cultivate to the peak. However, Luo Tian wasn't worried. A few months ago, the ancient tree was still a small seedling. Now, it had become a towering tree that was more than 10 meters tall. As long as he was given time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to the peak. Ding! The system sounded out. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black-Robed Sect Leader Black Moon for obtaining 180,000,000 experience points and 1 million essence chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Divine Sword of Light. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Pearl of Faith. Can you use it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Black Moon dropped a lot of good things. They were all above Divine Artifact. Pearl of Faith. Luo Tian was secretly stunned. What is this? Item. Pearl of Faith Grade. Divine Level Description. The user can obtain the power of faith. The bead can be used to fill the power of faith. When a certain amount of faith is reached, one can communicate with divine realm experts and even fight for them. Damn! Luo Tian was shocked. It's that awesome? No wonder the Holy See has always had some god's prophecy. It turns out that they used the Pearl of Faith to communicate with divine realm experts. No wonder the Holy See needs believers and needs to expand their territory to increase their believers. It turns out that it's all for the power of faith. Perhaps Luo Tian had another thought. Ha ha ha, boss is mighty and domineering. He directly killed him. Lu Zhan laughed and said, Sir Luo Tian, are you sure your cultivation is only in the myriad illusion realm? You should know that Heiyu was an Emperor Realm Master, yet he was instantly killed by you. This is too abnormal, but I can't help but feel happy when I saw Heiyu die. Ha ha ha, I finally got rid of him. That's right, we are just the Holy See's dogs. Today, we can finally vent our anger. The paladins were all in high spirits. Luo Tian walked to Karen's side and said faintly, If you follow me, there may be no turning back. Now that Black Moon is dead, you can still go back. No one will know about this, and the Holy See will definitely not blame you. Now that Black Moon was dead, Karen and her paladins could indeed return to Eurasia. Karen said without any hesitation, We swore. Since we have made a choice, we paladins will not go against our oath. From now on, we will only listen to you and be loyal to you. The other paladins looked at Luo Tian seriously. They were the same. Luo Tian took out the divine light sword and handed it to Karen, saying, This is a meeting gift for you. Divine light sword this. Karen was excited, but at the same time she was full of doubts. After all, once the user of the divine light sword died, it would naturally return to the Pope. But now it had appeared in front of her. She didn't dare to take it. Luo Tian saw her shocked expression and directly threw it into her hands. Then he looked at the paladins and said, I will create the strongest paladin's spiritual treasure for you. I will make you the strongest paladins in the world. I will make everyone tremble when they hear your names. I will make your paladins' honor resound throughout the 9 heavens. I will do what I say, because my name is Luo Tian. Resolute and decisive, many paladins were excited. At the same time, they were extremely excited. At this moment, Huang Fuju walked out of the space-time crack. Just now, he was thousands of kilometers away. If it wasn't so far away, he definitely wouldn't let Luo Tian take the risk. Looking at Luo Tian, his heart was also excited. QQ reading search. Support the original version. There will be updates at night, and monthly votes will be added. Old Cow thanks a lot. Happy Bamboo Festival. Chapter 1323. In less than a month's time, Luo Tian's growth made Huangfu Ju feel gratified. He walked out of the spatial crack and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to succeed. This is the first mission since the establishment of Cloud Mist College. No one has ever completed it. Ha ha. I didn't misjudge you." He was very happy. It had been a long time since he was so happy. Huangfu Ju walked to Luo Tian's side and said with a faint smile, "You have completed the ancient king's mission, but you have also stirred up a hornet's nest. In just half a day, I'm afraid that hundreds of cities in the ancient continent have already fallen and been occupied by demons. These demons were resurrected, and their strength was even stronger. Before the ancient king died, he used his own supreme divine ability, which was the power of creation cultivated from the rainbow divine stone, to resurrect all of his evil demon army. Many places had already turned into rivers of blood. The demons were different from the Abyss Academy's Devil Sect. The Devil Sect only cultivated demonic arts and were also humans, but the demons were different. They were all kinds of demons from the ancient era. They were cruel, bloodthirsty, and extremely cruel. Luo Tian clicked his tongue and said, "Then now." Huangfu Ju patted him on the shoulder and said, "What will come will come. Don't blame yourself too much. All of this is destined. Moreover, you've already done a great service by eliminating the ancient king, which is a hidden danger. It's a great service to everyone in the ancient continent. As for the devil that he's revived, you don't have to worry. The 5 continents will soon form an alliance to deal with it. However, the current Cloud Mist Academy," sigh, Huangfu Ju sighed softly. The current Cloud Mist College was like an old man with one foot in the grave and could collapse at any time. As the once strongest force in the central region, it was probably difficult for them to command now. Internal and external troubles. Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to rush back to the college. Huangfu Ju was very clear in his heart that with the appearance of the demons, the world would be in chaos, and the Cloud Mist College would definitely be in chaos. Tianlong alone would not be able to hold it together. He had to quickly rush back. Immediately after, Huangfu Ju asked, "What are your plans? Why don't you go back with me?" There are still 6 days before the selection of the exchange meeting. Although the demons have appeared, this exchange meeting with the Abyss Academy will probably be more grand than before. I think they will form a team of the younger generation to stop the demon army. A month ago, your cultivation had not reached the 10,000 illusions realm. Originally, I did not want you to participate in the exchange meeting. Now that your cultivation has reached the 10,000 illusions realm, and after this experience you have grown a lot. So, this time, I agree that you should participate in the selection of the academy and the exchange meeting. This is also a kind of experience for you. There were many dangers in the exchange, but people had to experience all kinds of difficulties in order to grow quickly. From the very beginning, Huangfu Ju had wanted to give Luo Tian more time to hide him. Now, it seemed like there was no need for that. He also didn't have the time to nurture Luo Tian. Luo Tian was silent for a moment before saying, "With my current cultivation, I can't help much with the invasion of the demons. What I can do now is to break through and become stronger as soon as possible, so I want to take advantage of these few days to train." This was the Pangu mountain range. Right now, he had a group of knights that could sweep through the entire mountain range. How could he leave at this time? He had to at least level up a few times before leaving, right? Huangfu Ju did not stop him. Luo Tian was right. With his current cultivation, he couldn't help much. Moreover, the various continents were in chaos, and it was hard to say if they could form a defense line quickly. Rather than returning to the college and wasting time, it was better to train. Huangfu Ju smiled and said, "And you can plan it yourself, but you must rush back before the end of the month." Luo Tian nodded and said, "N." Immediately after, Huangfu Ju moved his 2 fingers, and a white space split open. He stepped into the crack and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of miles away. The paladin group at the side didn't even blink when they saw this. They were all stunned by Huangfu Ju's space-time bloodline. Is this the space-time bloodline? It can actually travel through space-time cracks. This space-time bloodline is too powerful. Black Moon was instantly bound. How can it not be powerful? Black Moon is a third-order Emperor Realm expert. But in front of Lord Huangfu, it was like a child, unable to resist at all. The Paladin group started to discuss. Huangfu Ju's name resounded throughout the continent. The appearance of the space-time bloodline had once caused a sensation. Various forces wanted to fight for it, but in the end he chose the Cloud Mist College of the Central Continent. The Holy Maiden said faintly, "The world is in chaos and various forces will come out. The Haijia of the Cloud Mist City will definitely take advantage of the situation. The royal family of the King forces, the Yi family, and some other forces will definitely make a move at this time. Luo Tian, what are your plans?" Luo Tian looked up at the sky, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. He said indifferently, "This might be a very good opportunity." Chaos. The more chaotic, the better. The more chaotic it was, the less people would care about him. He now had a paladin group, and as long as he expanded this group, his forces would quickly rise. The Holy Maiden was slightly stunned and said, "What did you say?" Luo Tian came back to his senses and said, "The world is in chaos, and the Haijia won't have the time to care about me. I want to take this opportunity to quickly become stronger, and you guys are the same. It's time for us to make a name for ourselves." Although I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm already a little excited. Lu Zhan said excitedly. Then Catherine smiled too. The Paladin group also laughed. Old Black Beast Tamer laughed. Even the little white dog laughed mysteriously. In the end, the Holy Maiden looked at their happy faces and couldn't help but smile slightly. Her smile could charm all living things, and people didn't dare to look directly at her, afraid that this smile would charm their souls. "Where are we going now?" Luo Tian looked at the direction, calculated the time, and said, "Sweep along the east, and the other end of the mountain range seems to be connected to another mountain range, Wuliang Mountain Range." Wuliang Mountain Range led to Wuliang City. There, it was Luo Tian's secret base. He wanted to bring Catherine, the Paladin group, and Old Black Beast Tamer there. He wanted them to create an incomparably powerful Paladin group in the shortest time possible. There was another reason for going to Wuliang City. You have to pay for what you did. Lingyun City's Deng family. A few months ago, they fled Lingyun City like dogs, and Bai Qi was killed. Luo Tian's hatred in his heart didn't decrease at all, and now he wanted to sweep through Lingyun City in his strongest state and exterminate the Deng family. "Deng Legon, I'm coming back." Luo Tian sneered in his heart, pointed to the east, and waved the black dragon divine sword. Let's go. Chapter 3, Making Up for Yesterday's Sick Leave. I'll continue to make up for the next chapter tomorrow. Today's monthly votes reached 50, and I'll continue to add a chapter on Monday. If brothers still have monthly votes, please vote for Old Bull. Old Bull will be very grateful. Chapter 1324. If there was a grudge, he had to take revenge. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge, but it wasn't time yet. From the day Luo Tian left Lingyun City, he had already thought that he would come back sooner or later. And this time it would be very soon. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble! The long-armed ape monkey with a body like a mountain fell. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing long-armed ape monkey for obtaining 19,000 experience, 1,900 essence values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian. The system beep kept ringing. Lu Zhan lightly leaped down from the treetop and said, "Boss, I've already lured over a large group of flying wolves from the front. There are at least 300 of them, and every single one of them is a 6th rank demon beast. The wolf pack is really terrifying. I almost peed my pants from fright." Lu Zhan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Woo woo! Woo woo! In the distant forest, rustling sounds could be heard and a thick aura could be felt. In less than half a minute, the wolf pack that was several miles away had already arrived and surrounded them. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Kai Lin." The corner of Kai Lin's mouth curled up, and she said with a smile, "Understood." Golden Paladin Regiment. Ha! Prepare to attack! Boom, boom, boom. They instantly summoned the werewolf war horse, and the werewolf's limbs instantly went soft. Werewolf, werewolf at the peak of the ninth step, but Kai Lin did not give them any chance to escape. Charge! Walala, walala. Wherever they went, the wolves would be torn apart, blood would spurt out, and there was no resistance at all. Ding, 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 all of a sudden. The beep in Luo Tian's mind was like the bell that signaled the end of school, ringing so loudly that his head was about to explode. Although the experience points were not much, the amount was huge, enough to make up for the lack of experience points. Continue. In less than 10 minutes, not a single one of the wolves was left. Beast taming skill. Wheel of Will bind. The beast tamer scepter in Old Hay's hand suddenly erupted with a burst of power, directly entering the mind of a rank 8 silver lightning wolf in front of him. The mind-binding power instantly bound the silver lightning wolf, making it stand motionless in place. Luo Tian excitedly said, "Silver lightning wolf, this kind of wolf is very fast. If we can mass produce them, it will definitely become a super strong silver lightning wolf legion." Old Hay smiled confidently. "Young master, don't worry. As long as I can summon this silver lightning wolf, I can use its bloodline to cultivate an even better silver lightning wolf." Freeze! Voila! The ferocious look in the wolf's eyes disappeared and was replaced by confusion and bewilderment. Just like a young wolf, it wagged its tail and ran to Old Hay's side. Old Hay took out a black cloth bag and put some essence blood from the wolf into it. Then he put the wolf back into the beast taming space and said, "Done. Give me some time and I'll be able to cultivate a new breed of silver lightning wolf." Along the way, he didn't let go of any experience. Once Luo Tian found a demon beast that was beneficial to building a night legion, he would immediately let Old Hay catch it for research. In a short 3 days, Luo Tian had already broken through to rank 5 illusions. Now he needed nearly 2 billion experience to break through to rank 1. Seeing this long string of zeros, Luo Tian felt his scalp tingle. Damn, leveling up is too difficult. If this was heard by others, they would definitely want to beat him up until he couldn't get up. No matter how strong one's talent was in the illusions realm, even those super talented martial artists would need several years to break through to rank 1, or even longer. Luo Tian had broken through 3 ranks in just 3 days, and in this month he had broken through 8 or 9 times. This speed was simply 10,000 times more abnormal than abnormal. However, Luo Tian wasn't satisfied. There were still 3 days before the pre-competition selection for the exchange. The participants of the Cloud Mist Academy selection were all extremely talented cultivators who had cultivated in secret realms. Each and every one of them was abnormal. Furthermore, they had cultivated for a much longer period of time compared to him. In addition, there might even be a spirit formation targeted at him in this exchange. Thus, Myriad Phantoms, who was at rank 5, was not enough to crush him. He did not have a 100% chance of passing the selection. As for the Abyss College's exchange, Luo Tian had a reason he needed. The Shadow Vein. The Boundless Sex Elder had clearly told him that the guardian beast guarding the shadow would only leave on the 15th of August. This was his only chance. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the next year. He needed a large amount of shadow or to forge a super strong dark weapon to increase the Divine Fire's instant kill rate. Increase the Divine Fire. Instant kill anyone he met. Then, he could do whatever he wanted in the future. Put in more effort. Luo Tian clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to rush out and kill again, he found that his thigh was hugged by a little white dog. Moreover, he couldn't move his feet. It was as if his feet were fixed. Eat, eat, eat. Roast meat, roast meat, roast meat. The little white dog could already speak simple words. Luo Tian wasn't shocked. This guy even ate divine deity. If he didn't grow any further, he would really roast him and eat him. Immediately after, the holy maiden also looked at Luo Tian. Kai Lin also looked at Luo Tian. Although the paladins around Kai Lin were looking elsewhere, they were also paying attention to Luo Tian. Lu Zhan scratched his head and said, "Boss, we're all hungry. Why don't we take a break first and eat some roast meat or something? What do you think? I've already cleaned up the 2 green-eyed rocks just now. Roast meat. Roast meat. Roast meat." A foodie wasn't scary. A group of foodies. That would be terrible. With their cultivation, they didn't need to consume food often. But the bones of the demon beasts that these guys had eaten along the way were piled up like a small mountain. He had no choice. Luo Tian laughed and said, "All right, then let's rest for a bit. Same old rules. 5 people are in charge of keeping watch. 3 people are in charge of picking up the roasted goods and not waiting for him to finish." Everything was ready. Luo Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly. He started the fire and began to roast the meat. "I really have to hand it to you guys. Here, there's roasted meat to eat." The holy maiden said somewhat excitedly. She picked up the little white dog and kissed it fiercely. So obedient! Luo Tian felt a wave of envy when he saw this. Why was the difference between a human and a dog so big? 2 hours later, Luo Tian and the others continued to set off. But they didn't walk far before they discovered a city not far away. Immeasurable city. Luo Tian looked at the immeasurable city in the distance and laughed excitedly. "I'm back!" The chrysanthemum was exploded again. "Brothers, you're only 5 votes away from the old bull." Chapter 13:25. That's Boundless City. "Yes, my city. Ha ha ha. Then are we home?" "Of course. I've endured for more than half a month. I've long heard that the Central Continent's honey fruit wine is a delicacy. This time, I want to drink a jar." "What's a jar for?" "I want to drink 10 jars." They hadn't had a good rest during this period of time. The members of the Holy Knight Order were all addicted to wine. During this period of time, they had been eating barbecued meat. Although barbecued meat was good, without wine it was too imperfect. Luo Tian brought Kai Lin and the others to the city gate. In order to avoid causing shock and unnecessary panic, Luo Tian had them all hide their cultivation aura. With so many super experts appearing all of a sudden, wouldn't Boundless City be in an uproar? At the city gate. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a city guard stopped Luo Tian and the others. The guard's cultivation wasn't high, only at the 8th level of the martial void realm. However, in this kind of small city, it was already considered a very high existence. His face also had a hint of unconcealable pride as he shouted slightly, "You guys came back from the immeasurable mountain range." Luo Tian said, "Yes, is there anything wrong?" The guard said, "But you guys didn't enter the mountain from Boundless City. Where did you guys enter the mountain from?" Lu Zhan said somewhat impatiently, "Why do you care where we entered the mountain from? Do you know who we are? Do you know who he is?" The guard didn't buy it and said, "I don't care who you are. Right now, I suspect that you are a spy sent by the Soaring Cloud City's Deng family. If you guys can't prove it, then don't even think about entering the city." F***CK, you. Lu Zhan wanted to get angry. Luo Tian stopped him and asked, "To get here from Soaring Cloud City, one needs to pass through the immeasurable mountain range. With the power of Soaring Cloud City's Deng family, it doesn't seem to be possible. Even if the Deng family integrated all the family forces in Soaring Cloud City, they were at most a gold force. They couldn't pass through the immeasurable mountain range at all." Of course, this was something from a few months ago. The guard was slightly stunned. He stared at Luo Tian and asked, "You know the Deng family? Half a year ago, the Deng clan wouldn't have been able to do it. However, things are different now. The Deng clan has pledged allegiance to the demon sect of the Mountain Sea. Just the day before yesterday, we received news that the demon sect of the Mountain Sea has fallen under the control of an almighty demon, Venerable. The next step is to expand outwards with Lingyun City as the center. Passing through the immeasurable mountain range won't be a problem at all. Our immeasurable city will bear the brunt of the attack. I didn't expect so many things to happen in just a few months, Luo Tian muttered to himself. The guard said, right now, Boundless City is under martial law. You can't prove your identity, so I can't let you in. When our city lord Luo Tian comes back, a mere Deng family will be nothing, humph. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with admiration. Luo Tian asked curiously, Do you know Luo Tian? How dare you? Is City Lord Luo Tian someone you can call by his name? The guard was immediately enraged, as if someone had touched his reverse scale. Lu Zhan, who was beside Luo Tian, was already convulsing with laughter. Kai Lin and the others were also laughing. The guard said even more angrily, How dare you laugh at our city lord? I think you... Su Feng, what happened? Right at this moment, a man dressed in golden armor, with a spirit tool grade sword hanging from his waist, walked up. The man was very fat. The big-bellied man stepped forward and coldly glanced at Luo Tian's group. He said, disdainfully, Where did this bunch of country bumpkins come from? One look, and I can tell your country bumpkins. Luo Tian frowned. His eyes signaled the people around him to keep quiet. The guard's body and expression shook. He bowed slightly and said, Commander, they just came out of the immeasurable mountain range. But they didn't enter the mountain from immeasurable city. I suspect. The guard paused for a moment and slightly changed his tone. They want to enter the city. I checked just now. Their cultivation is very low. They aren't spies sent by Lingyun City. He originally wanted to say that he suspected that Luo Tian might be a spy, but he knew what kind of person the commander in front of him was. Once he said it, he would definitely not let Luo Tian and the others off easily. Moreover, there were two stunning women behind Luo Tian. The commander's name was Qin Fu. His cultivation was also at the martial void realm. The reason why he could become the commander of the city gate was because he had someone above him. Qin Fu's expression changed. When he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly seemed to bulge out as he stared directly at the holy maiden's face. His expression was as if he wanted to eat someone. He pushed Luo Tian away and walked in front of the holy maiden without restraint. He smiled lewdly and said, Beautiful, too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman, ha ha ha, little beauty. I'm the commander. You want to enter the city, right? I'll bring you in. While they were talking, his chubby hand was about to hug the holy maiden's waist. Lu Zhan blocked in front of the holy maiden and said, Damn fatty, wherever you touch my sister-in-law, I will disappear from your body. Hearing the two words, sister-in-law, the holy maiden's face clearly flushed red. This made her look even more moving. Qin Fu's anger rose up as he shouted angrily, Where did this country bumpkin come from? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Your sister-in-law. Damn it, which bastard dares to steal my woman? Qin Fu swept his eyes across, and finally his gaze landed on Luo Tian's body. He walked forward with large strides and shouted, Is it you? How can a piece of trash like you be worthy of such a beautiful woman? From now on, she's mine. Get as far away from me as you can. If you dare to say anything, I'll make sure you die here. Also, that woman in armor is mine as well. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he sneered. Qin Fu was instantly enraged. The guard anxiously ran up and said in a low voice, Commander Qin, the Vice City Lord has ordered that you are not allowed to pa. Without waiting for him to finish, Qin Fu directly slapped him fiercely. Are you tired of living? Do I still need you to teach me how to do things? This slap was very heavy. Blood dripped from the corner of the guard's mouth as he clenched his fists tightly. A trace of anger flashed across his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. His cultivation was much higher than Qin Fu's. It would only take a few moves to defeat Qin Fu, but he couldn't because City Lord Luo Tian had once issued a code that forbade brothers from killing each other. He endured it. Qin Fu kicked Su Feng's body again. "Get the hell away from me. If you dare to say a single word about what happened today to that old bastard Dongfeng, I'll kill you." Finished. He immediately turned around and revealed a lewd smile. He stared at the holy maiden with a smile and said, "Little beauty, follow me," not waiting for him to finish. A slap landed. It directly slammed Qin Fu to the ground. Luo Tian said to Su Feng, "From today onwards, you are the commander." The second chapter was delivered. There was a new update at night. Chapter 1326. He was slapped to the ground. Bam! He bounced up from the ground and fell down again. Qin Fu's face was bruised and swollen from the fall. However, he did not use too much strength in this slap. Otherwise, not to mention getting up, his head would have been gone by now. "How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk you." Qin Fu's face was covered in blood as he got up from the ground and cursed loudly. But, without waiting for him to finish speaking, Luo Tian kicked him out. Bam! The 200-kilogram fatty flew out like a kite with a broken string, flying dozens of meters away from the city. Su Feng was on guard, looking at the half-dead Qin Fu in the city, his brows furrowed. He did not plan to attack Luo Tian and said slightly, "Hurry up and leave. He is the brother-in-law of the Vice City Lord. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." He admired the man in front of him in his heart, because Luo Tian did what he wanted to do, but did not dare to do. Luo Tian laughed. "The brother-in-law of the Vice City Lord? Who is the Vice City Lord now?" Su Feng's face was slightly anxious and said, "Bai Xiangfeng is also the #1 expert in Boundless City. His cultivation is already at the peak of the Taiyan realm." "Don't ask so much. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Boundless City is not a place where anyone can behave atrociously." Bai Xiangfeng? Luo Tian remembered this name. Back then, he had led the people from the house of Bai through the immeasurable mountain range to Boundless City, not to enjoy life. He was a little unhappy, but he was still very satisfied with Su Feng and said, "Don't worry." "Right. I told you just now. From now on, you are the Eastern City Commander." Finished. Luo Tian stepped into the city gate. Su Feng was stunned and did not react for a moment. When Luo Tian and the others walked into Boundless City, he anxiously ran out and shouted, "Who exactly are you? Aren't you afraid? Boundless City is already a gold city." Not waiting for him to finish, Lu Zhan walked to his side and smiled. He pointed at Luo Tian and said, "Do you know who he is?" Su Feng shook her head. Lu Zhan smiled and said, "He is your city lord." Su Feng's eyes widened. "Luo Tian, Lord Luo Tian?" Qin Fu was still alive because he had a spirit artifact, great armor on him. He crawled up from the ground and saw Luo Tian's group entering the city. He didn't feel afraid. Instead, his face was filled with killing intent. He shouted loudly, "Where are the Imperial Guards? Where are the Imperial Guards? The spies from Lingyun City are here. They want to kill me. Quick, quick, quick. Kill them all." He didn't know what cultivation level Luo Tian was at, but he knew that Luo Tian and the others would soon become corpses on the ground. After the Deng family of Lingyun City joined the Mountain Sea Devil sect, Boundless City was on high alert. The Imperial Guards could be seen patrolling the streets at any time. They were also the most powerful army in Boundless City. When the patrol team heard Qin Fu's shout, they immediately rushed over. They quickly stopped Luo Tian and the others. The fat on Qin Fu's face shook. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded, "It's him. He's the spy from Lingyun City. I suspect that he's from the Mountain Sea Devil sect. He's definitely sent by the Deng family. Kill him for me." The captain of the patrol team didn't give the order. Instead, he asked, "Is what he said true?" Luo Tian didn't say anything. He didn't even stop. He directly walked in front of the captain and said, "Take me to see your Vice City Lord." The guard's brows shook. He shouted, "Vice City Lord isn't someone you can see just because you want to. Commander Qin, is what you said true? Who are these people?" Qin Fu rolled his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He thought to himself, "See my brother-in-law? That's good. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be a match for my brother-in-law." Luo Tian had a lot of people, nearly 20 of them. As for the patrol team of the Imperial Guards, there were only 8 of them. If they fought, they might not be a match for them. If he could bring them to his brother-in-law, Qin Fu laughed coldly. "They are spies. If we bring them to my brother-in-law, he will definitely be able to tell that my brother-in-law was once from Lingyun City. What are you all still standing there for? Take them over." He sneered in his heart. "Brat, when you reach my brother-in-law's place, I'll see how you die. Those 2 beautiful women are mine, ha ha ha." While they were talking, the Imperial Guards forced their way over. Kai Lin looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian shook his head and said faintly, "Follow them." He also wanted to see what this Bai Xiangfing had become. The people on the street were all pointing at them. Along the way, Luo Tian carefully observed and found that this place was much better than when he had first arrived. Moreover, the products here were also much richer. There were also many foreign merchants and some martial artists from adventuring teams. Most importantly, this place was not chaotic. Luo Tian was somewhat gratified by this. Half an hour later, they were escorted to a huge martial arts practice field. The large house in front of the martial arts practice field was the city lord's mansion. The martial arts practice field was filled with young disciples who were cultivating crazily with their upper bodies bare. Among them, there were some who were quite talented. "Commander Qin, we've brought them here. I'll have to trouble you to inform City Lord Bai." The patrol captain said. Qin Fu laughed coldly and said, "Now that there's nothing for you to do, you can leave now." While they were talking, Qin Fu shouted loudly, "Where are the guards of the City Lord's mansion? Where is the immeasurable disciple?" "Ha!" A City Lord's mansion guard ran over and asked, "Master Qin, what happened?" At this moment, the disciples who were cultivating on the martial arts practice field all stopped and ran over in unison, surrounding Luo Tian and the others so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Qin Fu laughed coldly, pointed at Luo Tian and said, "You dog, do you know whose territory this is? If you dare to touch me, I'll let you know my methods today. Beat them up. Other than those 2 beauties, beat them all to death. Mother *her, how dare you hit me?" The surrounding people were slightly shocked. Qin Fu's eyes were wide open as he shouted angrily, "Didn't you hear what I said?" The City Lord's mansion's guards immediately shouted, "Take them down!" "Ha!" The encirclement quickly closed in. Qin Fu laughed complacently, looked at Luo Tian, and said with disdain, "You dog, you dare to fight with me? I can easily play you to death, ha ha ha." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he laughed. "Play me to death? I originally wanted to give you a chance to live. Now, you're already dead." Luo Tian was slightly angered. At this moment, a man walked out. Seeing that the martial arts practice field was filled with people, he shouted loudly, "What happened? Don't you need to cultivate? Don't you know that time is precious?" Before he could finish, he looked at Luo Tian in the crowd, and his face lit up with joy. He was instantly stunned. "Luo Tian, City Lord Luo Tian, you're back. Make up with chapters. There will be monthly votes to add chapters tomorrow. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards and monthly votes. The old cow is extremely grateful. Thank you for your support."